Howdy, howdy, howdy. Oh, I just rolled right over my cable. Oh, God. The hazards of the rolly chair. The hazards of long cables. How is everybody doing tonight? Project Dark Fox Cat, Ion, the Duncher of Pucks. And then we got Dr. Rhino with his fucking riddles. Dr. Rhino always coming in here like he who wishes to stream for me first must answer questions 3. Every time. Every single... This is the first time. I'm full of shit. What's up, Dr. Rhino? What's new? What's happening? I'm cleaning up my desk a little bit during this segment because I got shit everywhere at the moment. Hey, Sumatha, my man. My man. How are we? I gotta move all my drop-based Delta stuff off my desk. I was working on painting it last night. It's not quite there yet. I think we'll probably have that be the subject of an upcoming stream. Stream everything, you know? Stream life. Stream life. I'm gonna stream my next doctor's appointment. That'll be really exciting for absolutely everybody. Holy shit, Sumatha coming in hot right off the bat with the resub. 8 months? Ooh. That's exciting, and I love when those numbers get bigger. It seems like it keeps... It's almost like the more time passes, the bigger those numbers get. I can't explain it, you know? It's pretty mysterious. Dark Fox just deep cleaned the kitchen. Ooh. Was there intro music? I mean, there's like the pretzel music. I'm not playing the stuff by Carpenter Brute or anybody anymore, just because I don't want to get DMCA'd, and Twitch is all about that these days. I don't actually have permission from them to play their music. I asked. I went to Blood Music and I tried to give them money so to let me play the music, and they were like, I'm not going to respond to you. So, you know, there we are with that. Dr. Rhino may or may not have gotten his hands on a Necron Battle Force and Blood Angels Combat Patrol boxes. So what you're saying, Dr. Rhino, is you dug your mini painting hole that much deeper. Is what you gone done did. I mean, you know, congratulations on getting yourself into that much more trouble. No, that sounds pretty cool, dude. Necrons are the shit right now. Necrons are getting so much attention right now. They've gotten so much love with the recent box set, and they got a bunch of new units. They got a new codex. Like, Necrons are the place to be right now. And it's funny, because for the longest time, Necrons were like the ones with the 30-year-old models that nobody wanted. Well, that wasn't 30 years old. That's obviously hyperbole, but they were in desperate need of some new figures. Now they have a whole bunch more. I'm looking forward to seeing that, Dr. Rhino. They got, like, those new Scorpack destroyers and stuff. Yeah, it's painting, man. Painting. It's always getting yourself into a bit of a hole. So how's everybody doing today? What are we up to? That's clean enough. That's clean enough. I can work with this. I can work with this. Oh, let me drink a little bit of coffee and we'll get started. Their Battle Force box was insane. See, that's how they get you. That's how they get you with Games Workshop. They price their models individually to a point where you're like, well, I would never pay that because that's insane. And then they come out with a Battle Force box or a Get Started Collecting box, and they then price it reasonably on a per model basis. So you're like, well, I'd be stupid not to buy this. But you have to buy a bunch of them to do it. It's very clever. It's very, very clever what they started doing since the Start Collecting boxes happened. I think they realized that most of their profits were coming from when they would release the 2-player, you know, themed battle boxes and stuff like that. That's when they would really start to see some cash. How you doing, by the way, Sumatha? Thank you so much for the 8 months, my friend. 8 months, and each one a pleasure. I'm sorry to hear that, Dark Fox, but at least you got it done. I'm hoping that's one of those you only have to do it once in a while kind of clean jobs. Hey, Data Nerd, good to see you. There's O'Coral. There's O'Coral. We were just talking about you, O'Coral. Nobody. We weren't really. That wasn't no. Ooh, yeah. I need that. I need that right now. I've made some more progress on MODOK since last since last we chatted, and I might do a couple last steps on him. I'm just getting the fart cloud together now, and I think MODOK's going to be done. But tonight we're going to take a look at a couple of things. First of all, for painting, I'm going to be starting on this 3D printed Dash Rendar from Darkfire Designs. I never do painting competitions. Like, I never do painting competition. Like, okay, I'm really trying to think of an example of a painting competition that I've entered. Cat Ion, this is some very, very delicious. What kind of blend of coffee is this? I don't remember what the box said. It is a very tasty coffee that I get from Costco, from a Californian company. They make little biodegradable pods, which I like because I'm very lazy and I like my pod coffee maker. And then I do this really cool trick. I don't think anybody's thought of it before. I think I'm going to start like a bit of a trend, you know? Once the news gets out, what you do is you take some Bailey's Irish cream and you put it in your coffee. Totally new. Nobody's ever done it. Definitely not a common menu item in most dining establishments, you know? Give it a shot, you might like it. Also been working on a little drink recipe lately. What you do is you take orange juice, right? You know orange juice? You put vodka in it. I'm calling it the orange vodjuska. It's because I mentioned Costco on the stream. The algorithm got you, cat. The algorithm got you bad. Coming for you. It's all about, man, Costco, that's the place to be. All about that Kirkland, baby. Have you tried their stretchy jeans? They're legitimately pretty badass. And, no, the closest one isn't, actually, to you, the closest one may be in Utah. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's entirely possible. You're not that far from Utah, though. Is it right over the border? Because that's achievable. Oh. Want you to play so I can space you. We're doing that Thursday. Thursday. But yes, I do want you to play so that I can space you. Oh, Coral. Thursday, we are going to be... I'm kind of treading water on the gaming streams until Cyberpunk comes out, because obviously I'm going to stream Cyberpunk like literally everyone else on Twitch. It is going to be the most saturated nonsense ever. I'm going to get no viewers off of it, and I don't care, because I had this idea, and it honestly sounds fun to me. I'm sure I'm not going to be the only person doing this either. I'm going to outsource every decision that I make to you guys. I'm talking every decision. I'm talking like, what weapon am I going to use? What skills do I put my points into on a level-by-level basis? What approach are we going to take to the bad guy's hideout? Like, I'm just going to outsource every fucking decision to like, Channel Point Redemptions, and we're just going to see how fucked we can get in that game. I think that'll be a good time. There's Vergatarong, my man. How you doing today, friendo? And, of course, Datrin Voltari. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see you, Datrin. I hope you're having a good day. Should call it the screw up. No, that's good. I like that. Sumatha has been editing all day. Hope life is treating me kindly. Life is treating me, how's life treating me? You know, it's hard to complain right now. I think it's the most honest assessment I can give. At this point in 2020, being honest with myself and looking at other people's situations, even on a day-to-day basis, I need to be thankful for my position. Do I have things I could complain about? I mean, yes, absolutely. I could. That's one thing I can always do, is find something to complain about. But you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I got it pretty good. I mean, I'm here. You know? I got my coffee. I got my stream. I got my streamers. Oh, you like the shirt, Cat? It's pretty badass. It's a little hard to see. It's a very dark shirt, but it has the text of the ring going in a circle, and then beneath the eye you've got Barad-dûr. The wife got me this t-shirt. It's pretty badass. I like it. Speaking of which, I got... Where is it? It's behind me. It's on the chair that I'm sitting on. Data Nerd sent me the shiny new Thunderhead Studio hoodie, which is probably my favorite thing that I've got so far. Been wearing that around. I'll tell you, the outside barn cats, they're very impressed. They're like, "Whew, where'd you get that hoodie, bro? How do I get one?" CO Coral, that's exactly it. That is exactly it right there. What do I have to complain about? It's an awesome hoodie. It's an awesome hoodie, and I'm hoping that's going to be available up here pretty soon from Rainy River Designs. Yes, yes, it has the full logo on the back. We, by the way, if you look... What direction? Point my finger at it. There. It's up there. We are on the countdown to 100, not 100 streams. For doing 100 streams, I actually broke that a little bit ago. We're on the countdown to 100 painting streams, 100 art-based streams. Today is 87 of 100. That's just, God, I've streamed so much this year. I left 500 hours behind a little while ago. The amount of time I've spent just on here rambling. You'd think I'd be more productive. Ugh. Yes, 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 please do, Data Nerd. Really, this is probably one of my favorite items, with the THS logo on it. Okay, Zeltaris with the so gotta just come in here and get me with the semantics, you know? Count up to 100. Holy shit! Remind me, Zeltaris, I see you all the time over on Just Dice's. Now you stream D&D, right? You stream the D&D games that you guys host, if I'm not mistaken. We should definitely get a shout out for Zeltaris, a number of very, very talented streamers, and really just a generally, I'll use that word a few more times, a really, really cool community of people all play in a sort of little self-contained D&D universe through a sort of Adventurers Guild type system that they run on Discord. And it's really, really cool. Like, I'm interested in taking part in it. I'm interested in kind of jumping in. I'm doing so much shit right now that, you know, first I have to actually find the time and then get in on the schedule. But yeah, go give Zeltaris a follow and check out next time some people are on there. I know that Just Dices pops into Adventures over there all the time. It's a very cool stream. So the ticker is counting up to 100, but we are counting down as the number decreases in reverse. Right? Yeah. That's what I'm going with. That's the explanation. What is this productive thing I have no idea. I don't know. Come Sunday, we're gonna see some serious shit. So, the countdown to 100 is, interestingly enough, I think coinciding almost perfectly with our 1 year streamiversary. 1 year streamiversary is gonna be January 20th. January 20th is not a streaming day, it's the day after a streaming day, so we'll be celebrating on the next streaming day. But in that gap from that stream day, we will... Wait. Yeah, okay, that's right. The next stream, the one where we'll be celebrating the 1 year streamiversary, is the 100th paint stream. That's right, that's what I figured it out. I figured it out, I do my maths good. It's like, I did not just stream that. I mean, I guess I could, Data Nerd, but my schedule is so carefully curated. We're gonna do something. But the point is, they're gonna coincide like almost perfectly, almost like I planned it. I didn't plan it. I don't plan shit. Let me finish my coffee, O'Coral. Let me finish my coffee, and we'll get to painting something here right quick. We are going to, as I mentioned before, we are going to be working on... Oh, Lord. What did Count Dooku get Jango Fett for Christmas? A cologne. A cologne. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, that took me a second. Ooh. That's... Wow. Wow. Well, he lives up to the name. Bad Star Wars puns, or Star Wars bad puns, I'm sorry. Do you just go around to streams that are doing Star Wars stuff and do bad puns based on Star Wars? Is that like the whole purpose of your account? Because if so, that's actually kind of admirable. kind of admirable. I guess we could just, if we just go ahead and stream on the Streamiversary, it will be the 100th paint stream. So, I guess we could go ahead and do that. We got some, okay, I've been talking with the mods, we got something kind of fun planned for the Streamiversary, for the 100th stream. Something kind of planned, it's sort of coming together now. I think it'll be fun, it might be stupid, actually I take that back. It will be stupid, it might be fun. That's how the probabilities should go. Might be fun, will be stupid. That's the only thing I can promise. I think you might enjoy it, though. I was on my way to Tashi Station, but ended up here. We don't, I don't have any power converters, necessarily. You know? So, you might still have to make that run into town, Star Wars. Oh, yeah, we are going to open up some more Thunder Skunks. We are. In fact, I've been having some conversations about how to handle redemption so that we can have them open more regularly. We're gonna get this Atlas painted by the end of December, and then come January we'll have some more slots opening up, and I'm gonna continue to aim for 1 Stream Point Redemption mech per month. I think that's a very achievable goal at the level that I've been painting them. Heading off to prep for a session. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you very much, Zeltaris. You have a fantastic night. We're just about to get started. Printing the Delta Power Station. That's almost a power converter. You know, in a way, power converter, power generator, same thing. What's the diff? Ah. Alright. Jeez, oh Coral. Not a fan, huh? Not a fan of the lead-up. It's not like I didn't used to do this. Ooh, let's see if my camera froze again. It did. It does it more often when I am not using the cam link actively. Let me reset it. I think it may be my USB port. I've talked to the guys at Camlink as of yesterday, Elgato, rather. Talked to some of the guys at Elgato, and it's very possible that the issue is actually with my USB port that I'm using. I wouldn't find that totally surprising. I've had some other problems with my USB controllers this year. We'll see. Hello? What's up, Amax? How you doing? How we doing today, Amax? It's good to see you. Oh man. So we got a few things on the desk tonight. I was sent some pretty cool stuff by Talon Games. I was sent some of these pretty damn snazzy figures and their new Dualcast material. Let me grab the other one real quick. They are. They are indeed multi-piece. So, as a matter of fact, White Wolf, the same Suiseki 2s from the original resin, are they different? They're the same. So this in my hand here is one of the Suiseki 2 craft, the Sci-Fi A10 of the CAV Strike Ops line. This was done by Trenchworks in a hard, rigid resin. These were done for the Kickstarter 3. The most recent Kickstarter that they did. Aw, Amax, we missed you too. I always miss Amax. I only get my Amax when I go over to Daylight Gamer stream these days. But Daylight Gamer is streaming like every morning, and I'm waking up at like 10:30 or 11 because I'm up until like 5 a.m. So I'd be better off staying up if I want to catch his streams. But yes, okay, so this is the Trenchworks resin cast Suiseki 2. That they did for the Kickstarter. It is a lovely model. I have not had occasion. I got 4 of them. This is the one that I have not had occasion to put any paint on yet, and I thought it would be a good one to compare. You can see it is a very rigid resin. It has the teeniest amount of flex to it, but not really. And I don't want to push on it any more than that because I'm pretty sure it would go ahead and snap off. It's a high quality resin that they use though. This And I haven't attached this part yet because it needs a little bit of trimming. Is the Suiseki 2 done in their new Dualcast material? Hey, Arkudaki, good to see ya. Greetings from pandemic London. You know, just, what did they say in 28 Days Later? Always travel by day, unless you have no other choice. Yeah, Machine God, we're looking at some of this new Dualcast material. This is a new material, so just as an overall brief on this, Dualcast is a new resin that Talon Games is looking at switching to for all of their stuff in the future. They're moving all of their production from Chinese PVC, you know, injection molding to an in-house molding and production. And they're looking at changing materials too, because somewhat notoriously, CAV has been done in like the cheap bones PVC. For instance, here is one of the original Suiseki 1 aircraft that they've had available for the longest time. They are in a very flimsy PVC, that did not take detail very well. You can barely see the detail in the engines. It's kinda got some fan blades on there. Everything is very wobbly, very floppy. The only reason this is as rigid as it is because I added reinforcements to it. I took little pieces of styrene plastic and I put it at all the weak points because this thing would just roll in and fold on itself like a piece of fucking origami. It was a bit ridiculous. Like, these fins, I think, are a good demonstration of it. They just wobble right on off. Very, very soft. Very low detail, very difficult to reform. They have a tendency to, even if you heat and then cool them in their new form, they tend to relax back into their original messed up positions. But I still had a few of them, because I needed some aircraft for CAV. Then in the Kickstarter, they released this resin cast new version with a much, much greater level of detail and overall improved design. These look great, and now they're making them available in their new Dualcast material that everything is going to be done in. My first question when I got a look at this stuff was to ask, is this going to cost more? Because one of the nice things about purchasing from Talon Games, about buying CAVs, is that the cost is very, very low. Their minis go for something like $5 to $7 each, which is, like, even as someone 3D printing, I have a hard time arguing. I have a very hard time arguing with, like, $6 for a model of this quality. Pond Burn with the gift sub going out to Arkudaki. Thank you so much for that gift sub, Pond Burn. Arkudaki, enjoy all your new subscriber benefits, like getting to play ridiculous voice clips from Chaotic Harmony. Cannery Wharf was also Scarif based. Was it really? I didn't know that. Yeah, Machine God, they also had a bunch of really, really nice terrain.
Welcome, everyone.
I'm hoping we're going to see some more of that.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for everybody's sake. The casting on this is very high quality.
Comparing this to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
I love this book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I'm really looking at this and comparing across the details. Some of the details on the Dualcast are a little bit shallower, a little bit softer. Not by much. This is the resin on this hand and the Dualcast on this hand. Yeah, this one over here, the greener one, this is the resin they did for the Kickstarter. This grayer one is the new Dualcast. I don't have the engines attached. I'm going to do that in just a second. Some of the details are just the tiniest bit softer. Not much. I'm talking mostly about like this top window here, which has a tiny little casting defect on it. Nothing that can't be taken off with a blade right quick. Slightly softer details on the cockpit canopy there. I'm looking. No, those are the same size. I thought maybe they had slightly modified it, but no, I think these are done off of the same masterpiece. A couple of the panel lines are a tiny bit shallower, but I mean, that is picking nits. It is not noticeably any different unless you're really looking close. There are one or two more mold lines on the new Dualcast. Not many. Like you can see, there's one kind of right here along the edge of the the rear fin there. There's a little bit of one here along the side of the fuselage. There's a little bit of one here on the wing. We're going to go ahead and take those off in just a second. I don't think they're going to be a big deal at all. The wings fit in very nicely. There are a couple of mold lines on the engines that I think have made them just a little reluctant to slot into place. I'm going to have to scrape away at that with a blade a little bit. But this is such minor stuff, comparatively speaking. Some details on the Kickstarter sharper than on the Dualcast. Yes. The Dualcast is slightly softer in some of the details, but not by much. Hey, Thunderdome Drew! How you doing? White Wolf, I have been assured that this will not increase the cost at all. That was my first question. After they gave me the list of things, they said it does this, it does this, it does the other thing, and I asked, are you going to charge more money for it? Nope. Nope. Apparently, it is going to remain the same. Why is the minigun offset? Surely that would throw the plane off when firing. Arkudaki, because it looks cool. Like, that's the whole reason, is because it looks cool. Hand wave, something like... I think their hand-wavy technology in CAV is Beller joints. There's some type of magical sphere joint that makes all their technology work. Beller joints, that's why. It has plot balance. There you go. It's offset by the fact that all Suiseki pilots have giant balls that they heave over to the left side of the craft, you see. Or over to the right side of the craft. That's it. They heave them over to the right side of the craft. That provides extra inertia. And then the firing weapon, you know, it can't throw off the size of their testes. All about balance. All about balance. Yeah, one engine is stronger. There we go. That works as well. Absolutely, Thunderdome Drew. You always get a shout out here, my friend. Excellent streamer. Fantastic dude. Very welcoming community. If you have not followed him yet, please go do so. You will not regret it. So I'm going to trim this engine piece a little bit, and then we're going to get it attached. Remove some mold lines. I'm going to slap down a little bit of primer on both of these. And then I'm going to let that set while I start to work on Dash Rendar. That's my plan. This is maybe the worst example of the casting defect on this one. Like, there's a mold line that goes right across the engines here. If you can see that. Yeah. See, right here. This is probably my biggest complaint. And I think it's pretty minor. Now, it is my understanding that all of their production is going to go to this new material in the new year. This isn't the only thing they sent me. They also sent me one of their new Cobra calves, which I have right here. I want to trim a little piece off real quick to make it fit better. I appreciate that they very intelligently went to hexagonal cross-sections for all their peg holes, which just helps them to fit a little bit better and leaves them less prone to casting defects. The detail on this guy is pretty phenomenal. The sharpness of the detail that they're able to replicate in this new Dualcast material is fairly staggering. Compared to their old stuff, oh man. Let me get in close so you can maybe see the grill on the... Can you see that? The teeny detail on the grill on the chest. Like, this is pretty nice. Now, their claims are that it is high fidelity detail. That's not blood. No, that is a blood red paint, though. Yeah, like, really, really high detail. I'm very, very impressed with this, considering the number of other calves that I've built. Still, want them to just bring back the Mastodon. Which one was the Mastodon? Oh, how does it sand? Is it still toxic like regular resin? So, it's more flexible than most resins. Now, just as a general rule, I would say, Arkudaki, you shouldn't inhale the dust of any resin, whether it be highly toxic or not. I'm not sure what the toxicity is on the Dualcast resin exactly, but as a general rule, anytime you're going to sand any resin, go ahead and wear some facial protection. There's a little bit of a connection point here at the top of the legs, but it's not too terrible either. Like, yeah, in fact, Vergaderong's absolutely correct. You know what? Here's one. Don't inhale anything. Don't inhale anything that you are not explicitly supposed to inhale, like oxygen. Or, you know, if you're smoking something, I suppose that's your choice right there. Only a couple little casting defects on... Oh, nope, that's not even a casting defect. That's actually a detail, so I'm not going to remove that. I almost just chopped it off. That would have been silly. There was one right at the top of the legs that just looks like a connection point from the molds. This resin is softer than most that I've dealt with, and it actually cuts very easily with a blade, with just a simple slicing motion. Most resins tend to be very brittle. You're lucky if you can get them to slice easily, and then they tend to snap off and leave jagged, would that be, like a cleavage point? But as you can see right there, just with a little bit of cutting and a little smoothing with the edge of the blade, like, you can't even see where that part was. It actually manipulates very, very well. I have not used the flock yet, Data Nerd, but I did get some extra flock from Rainy River Designs. Now, one of the things that they're advertising with this is that it's both rigid and flexible, and it is pretty strong. I haven't wanted to just break any of it yet. I didn't want to break it unless I was getting it on film, at the very least. But, I mean, this leg is pretty tough. It doesn't seem like it's terribly prone to snapping off. You can see it also here in the aircraft, like when I push here. It has a little bit of a flex to it. Whoop, see? A little bend in. Reasonably well without snapping off. Same thing for the wings. You can get a little bit of a flex to these things, and they don't just snap. This is a very high quality resin. Now, part of the claims they fed to me were that you could also paint it without priming. Maybe you can technically paint this without priming. I'm not going to do that. That's up there with the features that I feel like maybe that was an afterthought, and they're like, fuck it, throw it into the pamphlet. Let people know you can paint it without priming it. I don't suggest you do that with anything. Always prime. There's no good reason not to prime. Goobertown just did a video on painting without priming. Did he say that you should do it sometimes? Because I'll defer to his judgment. Well, yeah, that's just it for God. You can always technically paint something without priming, but I find that hard to believe, Datron Voltari. I find that very hard to believe without some very, very specific bits of context. Like, are there some materials? Well, but that's the thing, Datron Voltari. Once the paint has set, yeah, sure, that's great. Good fucking luck getting the paint to set in a nice smooth layer without some primer down. I'm gonna have to watch this video. I find it incredibly hard to believe that someone as intelligent and chemically minded as Goobertown Hobbies would actually endorse painting without priming. He should know very well that the difference in that is gargantuan. I mean, like, have you ever tried to paint a piece of styrene without putting primer down on it? What primer does, like, it's important to understand what primer is. Primer will stick to almost anything. Oh, he beat the hell out of the model. Yeah, okay, if you go to a plastic model and you carefully sand every single surface, you just carefully sand every little bit and every little nook and every little cranny, and you provide that little bit of tooth that the paint needs to stick to the surface, yeah, don't prime, sure, but you just spent like 6 hours on one fucking model. That's insane. That is madness. What primer does is it sticks to every single surface, and it provides that little bit of tooth and that little bit of grit that the paint then needs to stick to it. I have a very hard time believing that he said you can paint without priming, Greg. Like, I've painted too many models. I've put paint, particularly if you're thinning your paints. If you're going like super thick paint that's just going to stick to anything anyway, yeah, sure, but what the hell are you doing at that point? I would imagine it did, because I have many personal experiences with trying to put paint down on bare plastic and it just sliding away. Like, okay, let me clarify my position on this in its entirety. Can you paint without priming? Technically speaking, yes. Should you paint without priming? Fuck no. Under no circumstances. There are very particular circumstances where it might work, but you're just shooting yourself in the foot and essentially risking disaster if you don't put primer down. Primer can do nothing but help. Primer cannot hurt your paint job. There's nothing wrong with putting down primer. It is just a smart idea every single time. Because when you're working with different materials, when you're working between metals, between styrene, between resin, between PVA, like, you don't really know how it's going to react. Always prime. But the point being, they claim you can put paint on this without primer. I believe that is possible. It has kind of a little rough surface to it. I think you probably could get away with doing that. I'm not going to. I always prime. You should always prime. I'm going to have to watch this video because here's the thing. I'm not saying Goobertown is wrong. I would never say Goobertown is wrong. Goobertown is an infinitely more experienced painter than I am. Goobertown is insanely talented. Clear parts will not be... I so very rarely paint clear parts. But see, that's the thing, Don's Virgo. I've seen people use, like, color filters on clear parts. And no, you can't necessarily prime them, but you also have to be very careful with your surface and very careful about how you put down your paint. It's one of those things where, is there a hard and fast rule? Not really. Is there ever a reason not to prime? Very rarely. So as a rule, particularly when you're talking to new painters, just prime. Just prime. Hell, that can depend on how the model you're painting was cast in the first place. If it has a nice rough surface on it, yeah, maybe your paint will stick. Maybe. Did your model come out of the mold with a bunch of mold release on it? That's going to be a big fucking problem, so you better wash it at the very least. And if you're going to wash it, why the hell don't you prime it? And for that matter, priming can provide you with a nice, controlled color surface for you to then lay your colors down on top of. Me, I like having I like priming black because it takes all of the little nooks, crannies, and crevices, and it gives them a nice pre-shading. Like, why would I skip that? I'm gonna have to watch this video because I feel sure that there's more to it than just, no, you don't need to prime things. That's insane. And I say that's insane from personal experience. I have put primer down on, or rather, I've put paint down on unprimed models before and just had it slide right off. I've never put paint down on a primed model and had it slide off because that's what primer does. Just always prime it. This is a silly conversation to be having. How's that, O'Coral? I mean, for that matter, like, even if paint will technically stick to a primed model, you're running the risk of that paint then coming off later. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just take the extra minute and put down primer to ensure that your paint job's gonna stay? It just seems like such a weird subject to me. It's one of those things that, like I said, with this one, it's like, it's not even a feature I'm looking for in a product. Someone says, this product doesn't need to be primed. I'm like, that's cool, I'm gonna do it anyway, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna prime everything. Out of your mind. I don't want that feature. Watch the vid, he uses a plastic bin, and if we drop it on a cement floor, and it's like 3 years later, and... Wait, what are you talking about, Rifcan? You mean it was like a whole bunch of conditional statements? Because I do believe that. Take an old toothbrush and some thin black paint and scrub the model until it's gray-black in color. After that, it holds the color after. Well, I mean, hey, if it works for you. Essentially, all the primer is going to do is provide you a reliably roughed-up, toothy surface for your paint to stick to. I would argue that most people prime wrong. Hell, I prime wrong a lot of the time. To prime correctly, in air quotes, all you need is the barest spritzing of primer, just enough for your paint to stick to. I use my primer as a base coat. Is it technically inappropriate? Yes. Does it work? Yes. Do I give a shit? Fuck no. Oh. Yeah, it's been doing that. I'm not entirely sure why. Steinel Res, that's my go-to at this point. That's a fantastic primer. Sticks to everything. No, Dr. Rhino, you are far from the only one. You are far from the only one. I maintain, and I've said a number of times, there's no wrong way to do things. There's what works, and there's what doesn't work. Take what works, leave what doesn't, build your toolbox. And what works for me is priming the shit out of things and using primer as a base coat. I've had people tell me I'm using primer wrong, and I just feel like, who cares? Literally, who gives a shit other than this one guy whose opinion I don't care about? Has using too much primer, in air quotes, ever ruined a model that I've painted? No, it hasn't. These mold lines are coming off very easily. The fact that this resin has a little bit of flex and a little bit of give to it actually means these mold lines come off very, very easily. They cut nicely. I take the wings off. I'm gonna have to see that's exactly what I'm saying, Gatron Voltari. I'm gonna have to have a look because I know that, yeah, over at Goobertown Hobbies, that man, he is of a scientific mind. He has videos on miniature painting and things like pigment mixing that are, and he even acknowledges it, they're interesting, but they're impractical. They're the kind of information that, while fascinating and technically true and scientifically valid, are not useful at all for miniature painting. They're just, like, they're entirely academic. And I strongly suspect that this video has some of that in it. Sort of a like, well, we just wanted to technically see if we could do it, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good idea. Yeah, there's a little bit of a casting defect right here. Kind of on the oh, it's not a casting defect. This looks like a little connection point. Or an ejection point for the mold, rather. But as I said, this Dualcast cleans very nicely. With just a simple razor blade. A little bit on the side here that's a bit of a pain. I can probably just paint that as a scratch. That's not a big deal. And coming back here, looks like we got another connection point here, but that comes off real nice and easy. Yeah. Oh, out of focus again. Why does it never autofocuses when I want it to. It'll wait till I'm looking away and then autofocus. It literally, like, this camera doesn't have an autofocus during video function. I've looked for it. I've been like, how can I make it do that? And it says, oh, well, that's not a feature that we have unless you're recording in a certain way. And then it just starts doing it one day. Awesome. Fantastic. Clearly I understand my own equipment really, really well. Okay, yeah, and that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me, Datron Voltari. Is the music not playing? It should be. Hey, Bar back. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. Yeah, it's kind of a quiet tune. Even I can barely hear it. Arkudaki, resin is a broad term. Resin is a broad term that I have had arguments with people in the past over, as a matter of fact, because resin can be applied in a technical sense to most plastics. The vast majority of plastics that you hold in your hand at any given time are resins. It's a big umbrella of a term. And then inside of resins you have many, many different properties. The fine cast that Games Workshop uses is a resin. It sucks ass. It's brittle. It's weak. It takes detail very poorly. The water washable Elegoo UV resin that I use is much, much stronger, also a resin. You really have to compare the very specific types. You'll have different strengths of resin even within the realm of 3D printing. You can get a lot of different resins that you can put into your printer. Now that said, most of the UV resins that I have used from Elegoo have been as strong, if not stronger, and slightly more flexible than any of the resins that I have ever purchased from, let me think, the most common resins I would have purchased would have been from Forge World. So if you are comparing to Forge World resins, I think they're better on average. They're definitely not particularly weak. Now that depends. That depends on how the file was built, how the print was done, whether it was hollowed or not, whether it's been properly cured, etc., etc. Some can become particularly brittle when they're over-cured in UV light. There are a lot of variables to consider. But generally speaking, they're quite strong. Yeah, I was looking at that Datron Voltari. Squidmar did a video where he put on those colorblind glasses and then tried to paint a mini. That's a fun sort of experiment. For priming and such, though, Arkudaki, as long as your resin is properly cured, yeah, it'll take primer no problem. I have no problems at all working with 3D printed resin. I haven't had... I've only used Elegoo brand resins, and I have had zero issues. This takes cleanup very, very well. Compared to a lot of resins that I have just tried scraping a blade across in the past, Most of them tend to take it very poorly, and you'll get like flattened out surfaces where you can see that you were scraping mold lines. But this is soft enough that the mold lines actually come off very easily. You don't have to press. Alright, I'm gonna glue the wings on. Oof! Shots fired, Puck Duncher. I have immense respect for anybody who paints minis while colorblind. Iberben, who is in this chat quite a lot, he is, if you ever see anything that he paints, he's colorblind. He's colorblind as all hell. We always had to tell him which die he was picking up whenever we'd play FFG games because they love to color code their dice so much. It's like, roll 3 green dice, and he's like, that's great, which fucking dice are those? But he's quite colorblind, so if you see his painting, he has done that without the benefit of color, for the most part. He's red-green, I believe it's red-green, which is fairly common, but also would be a real pain in the ass. Ugh, ugh, me say hello. Me talk 'em, big stream, big magics. Ugh, ugh, how man appear on little box, little light box. Chaotic Harmony should be doing work, ugh, ugh. How you doing, Chaotic Harmony? I would be very irritated if I were colorblind, knowing that all these people out here were seeing like a whole bunch of shit that the world was like, you never really needed to see that, did you? I would have liked to. I would have liked to see the colors. Me do good. Yeah, they're all gray. Go fuck. That was how it went in our FFG games a lot of the time. We'd have to just hand him the dice that he was going to be using. I mean, you know, there are obviously ways around it, and he lived with it for a long time, so he would set his own dice out in spaces where he knew which one did what. It was usually when a card that he wasn't familiar with would call to add a number of dice or something like that, he would have to be like, what dice does this card say I have to do this with? Isaku, yeah, I'm just putting some little scored hash marks. I do that anytime I'm just super gluing something down. I just like to give... I like to over-engineer things. I figure anything worth doing is worth overdoing. And I would much rather take a minute and cut some score lines with a blade to ensure that my bond isn't going to come apart than one day have some part pop off a model and feel kind of stupid. It is a holdover from all the metal minis that I've built. And the sheer amount of prep work that I would put into each and every glue bond on a metal mini would always require, like, drilling, pinning, and then some scoring. I don't know why it keeps autofocusing. I feel like maybe I changed the setting on my camera without realizing it. I'll take a look after the stream. Hopefully it won't be a major issue today. I'm going to get this assembled, and I'm going to move on and do some Dash Rendar painting. All in all, though, this Dualcast material is very, very nice. I'll tell you what it is. It is an order of magnitude better than any material that CAV minis have been available in the past. If you have been following CAV, if you've been buying their minis, if you thought they're a good deal, they're about to become a much, much better deal. I prefer this material greatly to the soft PVC being used by CGL for the new Battletech sculpts. Now that may change, assuming that they actually get their styrene operation off the ground that they've been talking about. But for right now, I prefer this material. It really, like, here, the best example I can give. Let me open up this tank real quick. There's not supposed to be any autofocus, though, Sumitha. That's the thing that gets me. Like, I couldn't get it to do autofocus when I wanted it to. I looked at the manual, it said it wasn't an option, and now it's just doing it. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll figure it out, though. Camera too smart. Have no smooth brain like me. I'm doing pretty good, Caddick. How are you? You got work today, huh? It's always a fun time. So this is the best example I can give of the improvement in their casting materials. Hang on, I've got one of their other tanks here. And yeah, this is a decent example. Here's one of their tanks in their original PVC. You can see it has a little bit of a... The barrel has a little bit of a droop to it already that is almost impossible to take out, even with heating and cooling. And it's, you know... It warbles all over the damn place. It's a very, very soft PVC these are made of. And barrels are particularly bad because they're just these little round rods. They don't have much structural reinforcement. This is a very similar piece. It is round in cross-section. It has no real structural reinforcement like a triangular or square cross-section. It is nice and straight. I mean, real nice and straight. And it has a little bit of a flex to it. It's not just going to snap off. You want some flex, particularly in things like this, because otherwise, if there's no give, then the second you apply force to it, the energy has to be released somewhere, and it's going to pick one of these weak points somewhere down along the barrel, and it's going to snap off. But this is... I hate to just break this. I hate to just break this, considering this is a... yes, that is the original PVC White Wolf, not the new Kickstarter stuff. Considering they sent this to me for free, just to show it off and just to talk about it, I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna do it. Oh, did I miss a highlighted message? I'm sorry. Lately, my prints have been losing detail and looking melty on the side of the mini facing the print plate. Should I increase the exposure time? Are you cleaning your minis thoroughly before curing? I'm gonna do it, Sumitha. I'm gonna do it because I want to see how far it can bend before it breaks. And I think that on some level, if you search your feelings, you want to know too. I'm gonna do it. And, CAV Boss, I apologize for breaking one of these beautiful new Dualcasts live on stream, but I'm too curious, okay? I'm too curious. Cephalopod Studios, how you doing today, man? Could we get a quick shout out for Cephalopod Studios? Very, very talented maker, does a lot of 3D printing, and you've got a line of paints going now. Did I see that right? Definitely someone to pay attention to. All right, here we go. I'm gonna bend this until it breaks, and we're gonna see how it goes. I'm very curious. All right. So I'm just slowly applying more and more force. I'm applying force with both hands. Up and up and up we go. Up and up and up we go. Let's see if it'll snap back. Yeah. Pretty well, actually. There was some significant stress on it, and it goes right back to its original position. Alright, let's keep going. Up and up and up and up. One more time, just testing it. Right back to its original position. That's pretty nice. Alright, we're going to break it this time. I expected it to break by now. Let's see if it'll go back. It will. It has a little bit of a curve to it now. There's a little bit of a curve. I wonder if that'll relax out. Not bad though. Alright, we're doing it one more time. This is the last time. Ready? Holy shit, okay. I'm at 90 degrees and it's not breaking. That's not bad. Will it relax back into place? Puck Duncher says don't do it. Don't do it. Alright, so if you bend it 90 degrees, it won't relax perfectly back into place. But I think if you just... like so. Yeah, it'll actually hold that pretty well. I'm breaking it this time. I'm fucking breaking it. I want to see. Okay. So, we've learned something today. This shit's pretty strong. Because this is the full 180. And it's not breaking. I did not expect this. I fully expected this to snap. Push it. Push it good. Push it real good. This is a surprise. I really, really thought this was gonna snap. If I wanted to break Data Nerd, I could go the other way. I would imagine it would have to if I tried to, like, that's abusing it at that point. The fact is, I just bent this 180 degrees, and I'm pretty sure that, well, let's see, Sumitha, I'm gonna try to straighten it back out. Hey, what's up, Cav Boss? We were just trying to break your stuff, did you see? I'm impressed. I really thought it was gonna break long before I got to 180 degree. What kind of resin is this? This is Dualcast. This is what they are doing for CAV Strike Ops from Talon Games now. And apparently, it's not going to increase the price of the models significantly at all. I mean, you tell me, Sumitha. It's got a little bit of an upward turn to it still, but I think that with a little bit of work, you could straighten it right. Like, even this, though, this is not bad. I would paint this and forget all about it. Like, look at that. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they made a deal at the fucking crossroads to get this resin. This is nice. Of all the pieces I thought that were gonna, like, this is notoriously one of the most delicate pieces on any given model, particularly something done in resin. This is, shit, okay, better than I thought it was gonna be. By a fairly wide margin. Bravo! I thought I was gonna ruin this model showing this to you guys, but I can still assemble and paint this bad boy. The detail fidelity really is very, very nice. All the pieces fit together pretty nice. Like I said, there are some mold lines, but because of the nature of the material, because of how flexible it is, like, they clean up very, very easily. Some of the fit points are a little bit tight. This has been something that's been true across the whole line of CAV models the entire time I've been buying them. It's not insurmountable, though. Yeah, that actually works. If you line it up and you give it a little press, that goes in pretty well. A little bit of glue, you'll have your treads on there. Oh, the Mastodon will be coming out as an updated model. Ooh, that's gonna excite Sumitha. Hey, what's up, Crossbow Roof? How you doing? I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed by this resin. Very impressed indeed. We're gonna get a little bit of paint on it today and see how it takes that as well. Got your shirt today, Manro Fasal. How do you like it? I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup on the Suiseki. I'm gonna get it glued. I'm gonna put down some primer, and then we're gonna work on Dash Rendar for a bit while we wait for that to cure. The slight flex and slight give of this resin is very nice for cleanup. If I'm being completely honest, this material is... I only want to compare it to previous materials used by CAV. I don't want to compare it to anybody else because I feel like the most relevant comparison is in stuff you could get from CAV previously. I think everybody here has at some point or another probably wound up with a CAV Strike Ops model and been maybe a little disenchanted with the soft PVC. Those are most of the complaints that I've heard about them over the years. This is on a completely different level. This is in a totally different league. These materials are not in the same league. They're not on the same field. They're not even playing the same fucking sport. There is a slight casting defect on the Suiseki engine part, and that it looks like it just got a little bit offset, and I've had to cut off a little bit more plastic than I'd like, but the good news is that this stuff cuts so easily. Like, I'm just able to do it with my hobby knife without any real fear of jamming myself or bleeding profusely. Nothing that can't be fixed with a hobby knife. There's a little... So there have been a couple of... It looks like you'll wind up with some spots like this, where it was connected inside the mold. But they shave off so simply and so quickly. I feel much more confident about working with this material now that I've given it that stress test, because that was really fucking impressive. Your daughter wants to steal it? the treads not fitting as an STL file problem can be fixed in final production. Yeah, that's something worth noting. I think that all the Dualcast products out right now, these are all preliminary runs. These are all sort of prototypes. So yeah, I would expect them to have refined that a little bit more by the time they're available for general purchase. But this material is so nice. Now that is one thing worth noting, that if I were comparing this to most 3D printed resins, 3D printer resins, even the fairly flexible ones, are much more brittle than this. And they would snap much, much, much sooner. I say sooner, I haven't actually technically gotten this resin to snap at all. This is exciting though. If all the new CAV figures coming out in the next year are going to be done in this, fucking sign me up, man. And you guys had me when you were doing the Bones Black material, which is not as nice as this. Certainly doesn't hold detail as well. Haven't had any CAV models, but that's because I've not got many models at all. One of the greatest things about CAV, and this is something that I was very excited to hear when I asked CAV Boss about it, was, is this going to increase the price of the models? I just figured the answer was going to be yes, and it's a measure of by how much. Apparently not, though. Apparently they're going to be the same price, which is fantastic, because the same price is pretty damn cheap. This engine piece doesn't quite want to fit. Doesn't quite want to fit. With a little bit of effort we can make it, though. And trim it down a slight bit more. Started playing Total War Warhammer 2, and I love the rats to the point I've started making a horrible decision. I'm going to go ahead and let me field a guess, Puck Dunch, before you go any further. You're buying a Start Collecting box of Skaven for Age of Sigmar? That's my guess. And yes, that is a poor decision. It's the kind of the poor decision that I can get behind now. Probably gotten about a dozen CAV models over the years for various kit bashes, but that being said, I've only ever had their metal minis, so I haven't had to deal with the soft PVC. Like, I don't want to sugarcoat anything, and I don't want to be, like, blowing smoke up anybody's ass just because I like the dudes who run CAV. I like CAV Boss. I like John. That's the same person. I like Ross, who does a lot of their painting. I enjoy their streams, but the one thing I don't want to do is ever be just a gormless fucking yes man who's like, everything they've ever done is magic. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. No, the PVC that CAV has been produced in for a long time, before the Kickstarter, and to a degree even after the Kickstarter, is a slightly substandard material. A lot of people have had problems with it in the past. It was very, very soft. It had a tendency to relax into the funny shapes. It was not the best. This is something else entirely, and I love it. Thunder sellout. I try not to be. I try to always give you guys an honest opinion. That's why I wanted to try to break one, because I thought for sure it was going to break, and then I could be like, well, it made it this far. But then they made me look like an asshole by making a mini that wasn't going to break, so. I might have actually trimmed off a bit too much here. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I did. I took a funny cut out of the back like an idiot. Even it out. Fits reasonably well. I think maybe because of the way that I cut it, I got it just a little bit off center. Did I do that? Oh, I put a little bit of a split in it is what I did. Alright, so it's not an invulnerable material. I guess that's probably worth knowing. Trim this down a teeny little bit. So yeah, at least this prototype piece that I've got for the Suiseki has needed a little bit of cleanup, has needed a little bit of modification. Not much, and the material is soft enough that that modification has been very simple. And also strong enough that I haven't felt like I was at risk of destroying the model just making a couple of simple cuts. By the way, I like how you've done on this, Cav Boss, with the, you've got 2020 Talon Games, but it's under the spot where I'm going to glue something, so I never have to look at it after I've assembled the model. I appreciate that. I don't like visible maker's marks. You look like an asshole normally. Well, that's because I am an asshole, but I don't have to look like one just because I am one. I would note, I think that the Suiseki 2 kit, this one that you're producing, needs someone to take a little bit of a look at how the engine part is fitting, how the casts are coming out. I think they might be just a little off-size. Just a little bit, because I think you can see after I got done with trimming and everything, like it's just a little bit off. It's just a little bit off to one side. It might be my fault, I don't know. You try to force it over while the glue sets a little bit. It's not perfect, but it's damn close to perfect. Found some really nice STLs of Skaven that are just as good as GW shit, and that looks so good. Wait, what looks so good? We're talking about crossbow roof, what looks good? And it's only going to cost me like $12. Fuck yeah. Yeah, 3D printing, it's almost like I think 3D printing is the future or something. Oh, there we go. I had one part that wasn't actually fully locked down into place. That was my fault. Now it's a bit more even. It's still slightly off to one side of the center line, but not by much. And again, bear in mind, this is a prototype piece. They're going to do some more work on these before they're available for order. But if this is the prototype and the worst problem I have is that I'm slightly off-center with the engine fitting on there, like, pff, honestly, with a little bit more work, I could have fixed that too. So, I'm not worried about it. I think it looks fine. So here we have the Dualcast on the right and the Kickstarter 3 on the left. The differences are very, very subtle indeed. Let's put some primer on them. I need to mount these to some sticks in a bit, but for right now I'm just going to handle them. Hate the Eaglemost Orville ship compared to the Star Trek line because it has the CBS marking in big letters along the under. But like, yeah, I mean, I know where the hell the ship comes from. You don't have to tell me. I've already given you money. I get the desire to have maker's marks. I just like when they do a little bit of something to conceal them. They are, aren't they, Ion Raptor? They're really well designed. Like, I mean, seriously, this is a jump from here. This is the Suiseki 1 in super soft PVC that, like, look at this. I just take it and gently go, and the whole tail wobbles off to the side. Like, this thing is barely together. And, I mean, it's a jump from that to this. This is the Suiseki 2. This is, like, you can obviously see the influences in there, but this is like, holy shit, guys, what an improvement. If this is what CAV is gonna be in the next year, I'm on board, baby. I mean, shit, I was on board before, but I'm, like, more on board. More on board. Yeah, that sounds like me. Get some stylo res and brush it on here. Now, bearing in mind, the Suiseki 1 is a very, very old craft. Cav Boss, are you still in here, by any chance? If you are, can you tell me if, oh shit, what's this one called? I can't remember the name of this one. This is the other, Terran ship, though, that was in the Kickstarter. Because I got all the ships that were in the Kickstarter. Are these going to be available in Dualcast? In general, are you going to have more of these very fine aircraft sculpts that you did available in Dualcast? Because I hope the answer is yes. I think this is just a cool as shit fast strike craft. How you doing, by the way, Ion Raptor? Did we get a shout out for Ion Raptor yet? Because if we didn't, we really should. Had his first stream just the other day, and did a better job of streaming than I did my first time, and getting to watch his process in 3D design was an absolute pleasure. So this is the Dualcast that I'm putting primer down on first. I really do like this new material. I wasn't sure about it. I hadn't really heard much about it until they were like, hey, we're doing this. Would you mind taking a look at some of it? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Why the hell not? But it's actually very impressive. If you were here earlier, might go back and watch the VOD if you're curious. We actually tried to break the barrel off the tank and couldn't do it. I mean, I'm sure we could, but we got it to bend a full 180 degrees without actually snapping off. Every single time I stream Ion Raptor is a learning process. Every time that I'm on here, I learn something new, I figure out something I want to change, I come up with some new idea. So yeah, streaming itself is a learning process from start to finish. But man, you had a great first stream. Shit, you should have seen mine. I have a video file of it, but I don't have it available on YouTube or anything because it was bad. It was real bad. I had no clue what I was doing. Actually gonna leave it off the bottoms of the missile launchers because I'm gonna rest it there while this cures and then flip it over. Oh, yes. It's absolutely worth it. The Harebrained Schemes Battletech game is like one of the... honestly, as far as the quality of overall products in the Battletech universe goes, I feel like Harebrained Schemes Battletech is one of the most worthwhile investments for a Battletech fan across the whole range, including the miniatures. It's an amazing game. It's a good game even if you're not already a Battletech fan. And a very good evening to you as well, God of Myth. Got my Trinity City starter set in. Do I have any suggestions on primer for the Trinity City starter? Looking at filler primer cans, a little lost as to what to look for. So I use either Rust-Oleum or Duplicolor automotive filler primer for mine. And I hit them with a pretty thick coat. Thicker than most people would probably... because the details on Trinity City, when I made the initial run of Trinity City, the idea was to make them very friendly to a heavy, sloppy primer coat without details that were going to get lost in it, because it's a priority for me that my pieces be easy to paint. Easy to print and easy to paint. They're meant to be very, very newbie friendly. So if you give them a good blasting with Duplicolor or Rust-Oleum automotive filler primer, you'll have a pretty good day. Sorry, I lied. This is actually the Trenchworks resin one. This isn't the Dualcast that I'm priming here. And I'm going to leave the tail undone for now. Come back to it once the rest of this is set. Oh, it's gray. I don't want gray, I want it black. Hey, CS the Nader Rio, how we doing today, my friend? They really changed Dash Rendar's render in the new Star Wars stuff, have they? Or are you talking about the plane that I'm painting that is decidedly not Dash Rendar. Because you're exactly the kind of dude who would make that awful joke. In fact, the more I think about it, the more it becomes clear to me that that's exactly what just happened. Yeah, the plane. This is the new Lebo, baby. I am going to bug Darkfire Designs, since he did Dash Rendar, to give us a Lebo mini. So I can paint the whole crew. I need Lebo and I need Guri. Then I'll be happy. Oh, who am I kidding? I'll never be happy. I'll never be satisfied. It's just not in my character. Alright, that's a good start. Now let's do the other one. I'm just being real sloppy with the primer here. Now I know, like I was talking about before, they say you don't have to prime this. I just don't care. I'm gonna prime it. I'm always gonna prime it. I suggest everyone prime everything. How you doing, Hethrier? How are things, man? How was Thanksgiving? Hope you and yours had a good one. Is Dash Rendar canon anymore? Is Shadows of the Empire canon? It can't be, can it? Distance teaching sucks, even though it's for the better at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, they're not doing it because it's easy. But most of that burden's getting dumped on you, I would think. The Outrider is my favorite Star Wars ship, the YT-2400. I have an old... One of the oldest toys that I still have is the old Outrider toy with the, like... The weird... Do you guys remember the toy? Like it snaps in half and the whole fuselage of the ship rotates around the center point for some reason. I can't figure out why. It's not like that's something it did in the game. It just does on the toy because they were like, I don't know, it's a toy. Make it transform. Dash Rendar is canon because of the illustrated book version of Solo. Was he included in Solo and I just missed it? Tried painting one of the Bones figures without priming, it just doesn't work well. See, that's exactly my point, is that it can work, but the circumstances where it can work are so few compared to the circumstances where it won't work, and the risks associated with not doing it are so great compared to the risks associated with doing it, which are non-existent, that you should just always prime things. There's no good reason not to prime things. No good reason at all. This is one of the rare circumstances where I will say that I don't want to is not a good reason. Generally, I'll accept that as a reason for almost anything in miniature painting, not for priming. Prime your damn minis, people. If someone says, you don't need to prime this, slap them in the face and prime it anyway. Or at least prime them anyway. Maybe don't assault them over it, but, you know, prime it anyway. Alright, that looks close enough. Oh, wait, let me get the tops of the engines here. Now that I've primed it, any parts that I missed for smoothing out or taking off mold lines will immediately pop out at me. Because that's what people sometimes ask me, what's a good way to find all the mold lines on this mini that I need to take care of? The best advice I can give you is prime it. Because as soon as you put primer on it, they're all going to jump out at you. But honestly, like, that's joke advice, but it's also very real advice, because one of the things you don't need to do is literally hunt down every mold line on any given miniature. There are many mold lines you simply do not need to do anything about, because you'll never notice them. But if you prime a mini, and a mold line jumps out at you, you know that's an important one. So go ahead and trim that one and slap down some more primer. You're not going to hurt it. There we go. Oh, let me get a little bit more on this engine. And we'll let this sit for a bit to set, and we'll come back in and do a little bit more, and then maybe get a base coat and a dry brush on these guys tonight. I think that'd be fun. Painting them to go along with the rest of my 43rd Terran White Knights as my unit that I've played for CAV. Off to the side with you. Okay. Now, we can work a little bit on this fella. Plus, even in real life, nothing is perfect. You make a good point arc space. How you doing today, my friend? I wouldn't, well, see, Datron Voltari, I'm not encouraging you to mock people for not priming. I'm just saying that the circumstances it's a risk-reward scenario for me. Like, if you prime everything, if you prime the things that don't need priming, the sum total of negative outcomes is 0. There are none. There's no drawback whatsoever. Unless you're painting something with such super fine, such super shallow detail that one thin coat obscures it. But then you've got more problems, honestly, than primer at that point. If you don't prime things, and you get something that did need primed, the sum total of negative outcomes is a complete and total loss of your paint job. So my question is, why? Why? Why not prime? Like, what are you gaining by not priming a miniature? Nobody's wrong for doing it. Paint jobs where people say, I didn't even have to prime it, are not bad. It's just, maybe a bad habit, generally speaking. That's my opinion anyway. I hate when you see a mold line after you primed it. That's what I'm saying though, Rodan, like, it's the best way to find them. Go ahead and prime it, find the mold line, remove it, throw down a little bit more primer. You know what? It is, and I don't see that as making fun, but I will stand by that one, Datron Voltari. You can quote me on that one. You can go to Brent, and you can tell him that I said that. I will stand up to it in front of all the scientific evidence that he presents to me. I will say, that's awesome, Brent. I'm a big fan, you know? I'm really excited to be in the same room as you somehow. I think it would be cool if we could hang out and get a beer together sometime. Also, there's no good reason not to prime your minis. There isn't. I'm glad that you discovered that it's not mechanically necessary in 100% of circumstances. Still prime it. Like, I don't fucking care. Prime it anyway. That would be what I would say. Actually, you know what I'd say? It'd have a lot more fanboy gushing than that, if I'm being totally honest. Alright, so he's got some interesting colors. I'm going to go ahead and start with his funny little fishnets that he has on the insides of his thighs. Dash Rendar has one of the more absurd outfits in all of Star Wars, and this is a property that is marked by absurd outfits. And I'm going to start him off with, where's my sienna? Heavy sienna, that's going to be my base. Is he really? Go confront him for me, for Gadarong. Be like, Thunderhead says you're the worst. It's not even remotely true. I think he's fucking awesome. I recommend Goobertown on here all the time. And I'm not even saying, like, I want to be absolutely clear. I am in no way saying that he is wrong. I don't have the scientific evidence to prove that he is wrong. He has infinitely more actual data to just completely shut me down. But my argument is not, I repeat, my argument is not that every single mini needs priming. My argument is that if you guess wrong, you're gonna fucking regret it, and you have nothing to lose by doing it anyway. So just put the idea out of your head. Just prime it. Just prime it. I'm with you. I'm with you, Datron. And honestly, like, totally seriously, I'm gonna go watch that video. Because I'm very curious about his methodology. I love Goobertown hobbies, though. Like, Here's the thing, like, I feel like even if someone were to tell him that, he's the kind of dude who would just be like, oh, that's cool, man, yeah, whatever works for you. Because he's one of the coolest fucking dudes. I wish I were half as cool as Goobertown Hobbies. And have you seen his hair? Holy shit, the luxurious locks on that man. I hate how nice and happy he is. Yeah, he would have questions for me like, who's that? Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Hethrer over here quoting fucking Back to the Future. So, this is a free miniature that was made available from Darkfire Designs in STL form. I believe that you can, from anybody who has a license to sell Darkfire Designs, you can also buy this Dash Rendar, but the file is free if you want to just print it yourself. He made it available for the Star Wars conversions and painting group on Facebook, who host a monthly, bi-monthly, something like that, painting contest. And as I was saying earlier, I don't enter painting contests, like, ever. It's just not something I do. I think back, I'm like, how many minis have I entered in painting contests? I don't know that I've ever actually done it. So I figure, you know, what the hell? It's a free mini. I like Dash Rendar. I'm trying to paint more Star Wars characters. Let's go ahead and paint it. And send it in. So, I'm gonna paint myself a competition mini. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kursala. I don't think I'm half as cool as he is. Have you seen his videos? The guy's pretty cool. The other thing he might be doing, smartly luring people into the hobby with a no-prime, hassle-free hobby lifestyle. But I just... See, that's part of my point, is that particularly if you're marketing, you don't have to prime. To new painters, what you're doing is setting a bunch of people up for disaster, because those people are going to take, like, people who don't know how to determine the difference in surface styles and types of plastic are going to go, Goobertown Hobby said I don't have to prime my minis, which is probably not what he actually says. And they're gonna take some styrene minis from Games Workshop, and they're gonna stick them together badly with super glue, and they're gonna slap some acrylic paint down on it, and the paint's just gonna run right the hell off. And they're gonna be confused. Why? He said I don't have to prime. Because those people don't have enough information to make those decisions intelligently. They need rules of thumb. They need the answers that are never wrong. They need the answers that take into account making mistakes and not knowing what you're talking about. And if you don't know the mini well, if you don't know the plastic, if you don't understand the chemical process or the mechanical process of painting, you should prime every time. Every time. Shadows of the Empire was a fun N64 game, one of the only games I ever owned in that era. Yeah, it was some of the first Star Wars a lot of us had gotten in a long, long time. Shadows of the Empire was a big thing when the N64 was new. And then they did a novel that, I confess, I never read the novel. I did not give a shit about the Shadows of the Empire novel. I read it, I read parts of it, and I read them later. I don't really think that counts. So all my knowledge of Zizor and Guri come from the game, really. That said, I would love a Guri model. I find this kind of painting so hard. I'm used to big sprayers doing houses and rooms, taping things off, and This stuff is just so small. It's a totally different... Like, I do that kind of painting as well. Arcspace, I've got a big old airless paint sprayer. I'm always laying down some paint around the property. And yeah, they're completely different animals. There are some similarities. There's some principles you can take from one to the other, but not that many. And then I think his gloves also need to be done. Is that Van Dyke Brown? This is Vallejo Game Color Heavy Sienna that I'm putting down in my off focus. I really wish I knew what was triggering it to do that focus. That would be useful information for me. Don't feel like an idiot, Puck Duncher. That's not nice. Clan Wolf with the resub. Finished Rebels, kind of. Wait, kind of oof? Or you finished Rebels, kind of? Because I think there's a major difference. You finished Rebels, kind of, or you finished Rebels and oof? Well, Cat, you don't like the ending of Rebels? Clan Wolf, thank you so much for that sub, by the way, my friend. Why do you feel like an idiot, Puck Duncher? You're not one. I really like the end of Rebels myself. Puck Duncher, that's going to happen. That is going to happen many, many times, and you might as well just get used to it. You go back in, you fix your supports, you take a look at what didn't work, and you try again. Okay, alright. See, there we go, Datron, and that's exactly my point, is that his conclusion can't be that simple. Because he's not the sort of guy to give answers that are that simple to questions that don't have simple answers. I don't know that we're led to believe... See, I challenge his premise there, that we're led to believe that priming is more important than it is. Priming is important based on the factors of what are you painting. Physically, what material are you painting? And it's the kind of thing where I say, again, and I'm going to stop talking about this because I'm getting bored with the subject, but again, I say, do it every time, do it all the time, always do it, because the potential issue from not doing it is like way, way, way worse than the inconvenience of just doing it every goddamn time. Do you really want to spend a bunch of time painting a model and just have the paint come right the fuck off the first time you touch it? Do you really want that? Because I'm telling you it's possible. I've done it. Been there, done that, got the bare plastic. Oh no, they're not done with Thrawn by a damn sight, Clan Wolf. I don't want to give any Mandalorian spoilers. I'm just gonna say they're not done. I won't say who says what or when, but I'm just gonna say that it's quite clear that Thrawn is not done. Alright, let me pick a base blue here. Most of his goofy jumpsuit is blue. I want something nice and dark. Midnight blue sounds like a good starting point to me. That's just it, Sumitha. It's one of those questions where, fuck the bullshit, don't even think about it. It's not the kind of thing that's worth considering. Just prime it. Because the time that you're wrong, you're gonna fucking hate yourself. Maybe not hate yourself, but you're gonna be irritated. And again, what's the worst case scenario if you prime a model that didn't need priming? Oh no, my paint is sticking to the model. Shucks. sure wish I hadn't primed. Like, no. That's crazy. Like, I would, if anyone genuinely has an example of a time that they primed a model and they didn't have to and they regretted it later, I'd love to hear it. Because I can't think of a situation that matches that description. Whereas I can give you personal anecdotes for times that I didn't prime and I totally should have. Oh, Jesus, chaotic. Streamer thought it was gonna be a clip of my name's Chaotic Harmony, and I have nothing better to do with my time. That's what I have to say. Lost all the detail because it was so small. He couldn't even tell where the head was. How tragic. Well, thank you for that anecdote, Chaotic. That's very helpful. His arms are bare, right? The blue jumpsuit comes up to his torso under his armor, and then his arms are bare, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna give another quick coat, because I laid this on pretty thin. Give him bare arms. Rawr. Really sick and tired of stormtroopers being treated like a group of cross-eyed knobheads completely incapable of doing their jobs. Unfortunately, that's just kind of a Star Wars thing at this point. I'll admit they get it pretty bad in Rebels in particular. They really are portrayed as just laughably incompetent. I would argue that they're almost portrayed worse in The Mandalorian. Like, they're treated more realistically in The Mandalorian, but then they also have them doing some of the dumbest things. Okay, Datron Voltari, fair dues if you prime poorly, or if you are priming with a rattle can and you're just blasting it. Yeah, you can definitely prime badly. But I would refine my requirement to be, you know, if you prime competently, what is gonna go wrong? And that's not, you know, that's something that people might have to practice to get right the first few times, but it doesn't take you long. It's also one of the reasons I stopped doing rattle can primer and I transitioned entirely to airbrush or hand priming. It's just much more precise. And I like precision. I like knowing what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and when. Alright. Put down a black base for his boots, which I'm thinking is going to be coal black with just a touch of pure black. I may use the same base for his armor, and then just build them up differently. Or Dragon Black, sorry, Reaper. It's the only way the good guys can win. It's one of the reasons why I think that Episode 3.5 Rogue One is arguably the best Star Wars movie, because they actually kill the main cast. I'm not as into realism in my Star Wars. I'm fine with the explanation that stormtroopers suck because they're supposed to suck.
Welcome back
I thought
to 50 Shades of Cold Grey.
This is my
Chapter
favorite book.
2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
So there's a line in Rebels that I think kind of helped me answer that question and made me okay with how much the stormtroopers suck. It was an acknowledgement by both factions that stormtroopers are awful soldiers. Specifically, it was in an episode where a spoiler character, who, if you've seen the show, you'll know who it is having some stormtroopers sent after himself and his men. And he says, if you're coming after us, you'd better send a better class of trooper than those stormtroopers. To which Agent Callus replies, I have a great... There was it. He says, they serve their empire well, and I have a great many of them. That was his response. Which is a... I mean, it's like a tacit acknowledgement, endorsement of the fact that, yes, they're awful. So I thought about this a little bit. And the stormtroopers, they could easily be a part of the overall Tarkin doctrine. The concept of controlling the galaxy, controlling star systems with the overwhelming force of the Imperial Navy and specifically the Death Star. Because it's a point in the Clone Wars cartoon, it's a point brought up on several occasions, in fact it is the catalyst for several whole story arcs, that the Clone Army is expensive. The Clone Army is incredibly expensive. If you prime competently, it's the same requirement as if you paint competently. Paint properly and your paint won't chip. Experimentally proven. Again, there's so many factors involved that I'm not gonna roll the dice. I'm not gonna roll the dice and just hope that it works. I'm going to do what is in my power to do to ensure that the paint will stay, and that is putting down primer, and that's just my opinion on it. But okay, so what I'm saying is that the fact that the Clone Army nearly bankrupted the Republic on several occasions is, as I said, the actual catalyst for several story arcs in the Clone Wars cartoon. They were expensive to get. They were even more expensive to then maintain as a fighting force. So once they were no longer needed, why would you continue really spending money on them? Instead, what the Empire did was they started conscripting randos from all the various planets that they controlled from around the galaxy, right? This makes sense. The clones were known as an elite fighting force. The clones were known to be incredibly dangerous, to be the best the galaxy had ever seen, and they were identifiable by that stark white armor that they wore. So, I'm looking to cut costs on my soldiers, right? So what if we keep the white armor, which everybody identifies as being the mark of dangerous, scary soldiers, and we replace the people inside the armor with the kind of shitty conscripts who don't really get all that much training? Because we're no longer ruling through the competence of our soldiers, we're ruling through fear, right? Wasn't that the point of the Tarkin Doctrine? And stormtroopers project fear. They project fear onto a populace that is used to the clone army being a thing. But they cost significantly less. Same thing for the TIE Fighter. The TIE Fighter is visually reminiscent of the clone fighters of the past, of the late line fighters. So it evokes the same fear in the populace of the soldiers who once commanded and used them. But it costs like a quarter as much. But that's the thing, Clan Wolf. Everyone doesn't know that they suck. Everyone does not. It's tempting in Star Wars to forget that our heroes know more than everybody else. But our heroes are the tiny number of people that are actually fighting against the Empire. And for the number of people who know that stormtroopers aren't very good, those people also know that the stormtroopers exist in vast numbers, so they don't have to be good. And that was the point that Callus was making. They serve their empire well, and I have a great many of them. It doesn't really matter if they suck, if they outnumber you 10 to 1. I mean, ask any, I say like I know a bunch of hardcore Street Fighters. Yeah, man, ask any of my Street Fighter friends. Come on, that's ridiculous. But really, ask anybody who's done any sort of professional fighting. Ask anybody who's just been in a fight. How much does your training matter when the guy you're fighting has 4 friends? The answer is it doesn't. It really doesn't. We love our movies where one dude is able to beat up 20, but in real life that doesn't happen. If it's you versus 5 guys, the 5 guys win. They don't have to know what they're doing at all. Quantity has a quality all its own. The problem is that Stormtrooper Syndrome leads to a feeling of no real stakes. You never really fear for the main cat. I don't disagree with that. Only a named character can ever really kill a good guy, which is why I liked Rogue One. Now, yes, from a narrative and writing perspective, you're absolutely correct, and I agree with you. But I'm just saying from a lore and in-universe perspective, and accepting that stormtroopers are going to continue to suck and there's nothing we can do about it, I'd rather come up with a decent explanation for why that is, and have that be as supported by in-universe sources as I can, than... Like, I know that objectively the reason they suck is so that the heroes can look awesome. That's the real reason. When it comes down to who's making the decisions on why it happens, that is the reason. They suck because it makes our heroes look cooler. So I'm coming up with my own headcanon, and as much as I am able to, I am trying to base it on things that they've said in actual canon sources. There was a comment at the end of Avatar, a Blue People movie, made by a friend of mine when a no-name character was killed a main cast member. What's his name? He has to have a name. I too appreciate something that is written with real stakes involved, and I understand what you're saying, Sumitha. I feel like Star Wars has already invested so much in not being that place that it's awkward when they try to do it. You can't have a no-name stormtrooper kill a main character. It's not an option. Because Star Wars is about the drama, damn it, and I need that main character's death to mean something in the grand scheme of things. And it can't just mean that's, well, he died. It has no meaning. There are storylines where meaningless deaths have a place. They're often anti-war messages. I guess you could fit it into Star Wars. I guess you could. But I go to Star Wars for high fantasy and space myself. Even if people know that stormtroopers suck, anyone who's seen militias can tell you 100 Spec Ops soldiers may be scary, but not as scary as 1 million incompetent asshats with shotguns. And that's the truth, Datron Voltari. There's a reason, for instance, that the spear is the most popular and most used melee weapon throughout the history of mankind in professional soldiering forces. And it's because the spear is the lowest common denominator weapon. Are there complex methods you can use for fighting with a spear? Absolutely, certainly there are. The basic training for a spear is, okay, you hold it here, and the pointy end goes up there, and you take the pointy end and you go, and you put it into the soft parts of that guy over there. Find his soft parts and stick it with the pointy part. That's the basic training right there. We can go into more, but you've got the basics already. And that's why it's the most popular. Not because you could, in theory, train 1 million soldiers to be expert swordsmen, but because you can easily take 50 fucking levy bumpkins from the villages surrounding your castles, give them spears, and have them kill, well-trained knights and soldiers pretty easily, actually. It's the reason, ultimately, that, oh, hang on, I'm missing some stuff here. I'm rambling a little bit. No need to be accurate with the shotgun, I just need to get close. Stormtroopers are portrayed as so grossly inaccurate they couldn't hear the broadside. Yeah, it's a meme and it's a joke even in the universe at this point, Clan Wolf. I won't even pretend that it's not. Runs counter to what Obi-Wan says literally. Yeah, and to your credit, Clan Wolf, that's pointed out as one of the greatest ironies in Star Wars, is that Obi-Wan is like, only Imperial Stormtroopers are so precise, but they can't hit shit. It's just, it's a meme. it's movie magic. That scaling factor did you use for your SW minis you printed? I'm printing out a couple Mandalorian squads and Bo-Katan. About 105 to 110% on average. I usually made the heads a little bit larger, but the bodies were at about 100, maybe 107% most of the time. At least for the Darkfire Design ones. French Revolution, case in point. You're not wrong, man, Rufusol. Same reason the crossbow was used alongside the place of the bow. Bow needs training, crossbow needs pointing. It's the same reason that we have... Like, people always get excited when an article comes out, and it's like, well, we've developed this new tactical energy weapon. Oh my god, you guys, we can make a directed energy rifle. It's possible with today's technology. Soldiers with laser guns are right around the corner. I'm going to tell you right now, you are never in your lifetime going to see U.S. Army soldiers or soldiers of any military force around the world wielding laser guns or rail guns. And I'm going to tell you that it's for one simple fucking reason. It is for one simple fucking reason. And that reason, you might be tempted to say, well, it's going to cost more. That's part of it. That's certainly part of it, but it's not really the reason. The reason that you are never going to see directed energy weapons and complex rail rifles in the hands of soldiers around the world. Exactly. I was about to use those exact words, Roland. Is that Private Snuffy can't fucking fix a goddamn railgun in the field. Private Snuffy can barely put together the modular parts to fix his issued assault rifle. That is an incredibly simple mechanism. The Quartermaster has his hands full maintaining those weapons for Private Snuffy and co. But if Private Snuffy needs to have a fucking multimeter and a goddamn engineering degree to repair his rifle, that rifle is useless and that soldier is useless. These are Darkfire Designs minis. Yes, Orbital Space Laser. Why do I call you Orbital Space Laser? It's Jek. It's Jek, for God's sake. Didn't Obi-Wan go into hiding, though, as his last experience with Imperial... Vergaderung makes it... Now, I don't think that Vergaderung's point is the actual reason for the writing being this way, but I think he makes a valid point that the last time Obi-Wan Kenobi saw Stormtroopers, we think, they were clone troopers. He might have assumed that they're better at their work than they are. It's possible. And to back up their inaccuracy on the Death Star is easy. They're literally under orders to shoot at them, even die but not hit them. Yeah, that's viable. How are Rebels going to get the tracker to the hidden base if they're dead? Alright, I need to lay down a base coat for his skin. That's going to be a little redder. I liked the skin effect that I got on MODOK, so I'm going to use some of my rust brown again with just a touch of heavy sienna mixed in. Not a lot. Just a little bit to give myself a base tone. Every image I've seen of Dash Rendar has him very, very tan. Very... That's the word I'm looking for. Rosy. Livid. Something like that. Ruddy. Yeah? Kind of ruddy. That's the ticket. Leathery? Yeah, ruddy complexion and high blood pressure. I believe that. What does this guy even eat? Fucking, like, pre-packaged meals that he's got stored on the Outrider? It can't be good for your blood pressure, man. What is that? What is that stuck to his arm, and how did I not see it until now? I want to take it off. Just a little bit of something. There we go. Bantha bacon. His only friend was a droid, for God's sake. The dude probably wasn't eating gourmet. At least Chewie probably knew some good old-fashioned Wookiee cooking, you know? Who says Chewie cooked half of his meals? Oh, well. We do know that he was apparently eating human beings raw in Star Wars Solo, so who the hell knows? This is one of the most disturbing passed-over developments in that entire movie, was the part where it's like, oh yeah, Chewie's been totally eating human beings, no big deal. I acknowledge that it was in extreme circumstances and it was he was being tortured and starved, but still, goddamn, dude. That's a rough time. Dash Rendar's hair is just kind of a generic brown, isn't it? He wasn't blonde or anything like that, was he? Oh, I'm not even going to go there, Hethrier. Not even going to go there. That was one of the most disturbing gags played for laughs I've ever seen. And then, like, an episode later, they had him learn the value of life or something, I guess. I don't know. Clan Wolf, you know what? I'm not even going to get started on it, because I have enough issues with Rogue One that I feel like it turns people off. People have given me the response of like, well, you're just hating it because you hate it. And I'm like, no, I genuinely dislike large portions of that movie. And they stem from the fact that even from just a filmmaking point of view, it's a fucking mess. Like, the first act is bad. It's bad. It's a bad movie at that point. And yeah, the final act is exciting, but a lot of the things that come before it are bad. Like, just mechanically speaking. I've also very rarely seen a movie where so many of the main characters, and it bothers me every time it like winds up on or somebody wants to watch it, and then I wind up watching it again. I'm like, I remember the parts where it's like the director couldn't figure out how to tell us anything about the character. So they were like, okay, this is the part of the movie where the action stops and the character turns to face the camera and just explains their history to us. And I'm like, what? So we're just full on going to tell, don't show. Is that what we're doing here? Because that's what it seems like. Go with some ebony flesh for starting my leather. You know, that's fair, Sumitha. That is fair. There's more bad Star Wars than good Star Wars at this point. That's just true. That's unavoidably true. So it may, in fact, be nitpicking to pick out anything in Rogue One is really that much of a problem when we're accepting lines like, yippee, and I'll try spinning, that's a good trick. Like, alright, fair enough. When we're accepting that Anakin Skywalker was like the creepiest, date rapiest, spying on you in your sleepiest, touching your exposed skin without permission-iest, child murderinist, weird pervert in the fucking galaxy. And we're supposed to, like, love this character. It's crazy. Yeah, K2SO was likable. I mean, it's hard not to like somebody that Alan Tudyk is doing the voice of. He is a likable man with a likable voice who has endeared himself to nerddom through so many roles at this point that it's like, oh, Alan Tudyk's doing a voice? I'm on board. He also did Mr. Nobody in Doom Patrol, and he's excellent. Oh my god, Datron, I liked Solo! I thought, like, okay, I realize that a lot of people disagree with me on this one, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I like some things that are just bad. But I thought Solo was pretty good. Solo okay, it had weak parts. It had a couple of scenes that were, like, so unnecessary, it was almost offensively so. But it had a lot of love in it, too. And it had Donald Glover as Lando Calrissian, and that's something that I need more of in my life. Now, Clan Wolf, to be fair, we didn't really see that much of the TIE Defender in action in Rebels. We saw a little bit of it, yeah. Mostly they talked about how scary it was gonna be. But most of the ones we saw were prototypes, and then one of them, ones that we saw, was actually sabotaged, and then the program pretty much gets shut down after that. Rebels is not a perfect show, though. I won't pretend that it is. It's just an excellent show. And for my money, I maintain that Rebels is maybe the best Star Wars that has ever happened. But this is also after acknowledging that most of Star Wars is objectively quite bad. Most of it is. At this point, most of it is. Still love it, but yeah, it's awful. Did it have a tractor beam on it? I don't remember that, Clan Wolf. Recently discovered that Alan Tudyk apparently did Joker in an animated film. Trying to remember. Yeah, I'm curious which one he did that in. And Harley Quinn. I haven't watched this series. I've heard nothing but good things about the series, but I have a hard time getting on board with anything Harley Quinn these days. That's not me being fair to the property, and that's not the property being bad. That's me being a fucking hipster who can't like popular things. And acknowledging it. Oh, in the original incarnation, did it have a tractor beam? I don't remember it having a tractor beam in the original incarnation. What I remember about the TIE Defender is that it had shields, it had 4 blaster cannons, it had 2 ion cannons, and then it had 2 concussion missile launchers. And that's what set it apart. And that it was more maneuverable than most, even snub fighters like the X-Wing. I do not remember it having a tractor beam, but that doesn't mean that it didn't. Hyperdrive as well, yes. Which set it apart from pretty much all the TIEs except for the TIE Advanced. The Siege of Mandalore is excellent, but we also got the Siege of Mandalore after Rebels. And well after the bulk of the Clone Wars. Oof. Ooh, this one needs some more mixing. That's not quite there. Saw Dave Filoni on an episode of The Big Bang Theory. Why are you watching episodes of The Big Bang Theory? No one should put themselves through that. paint I'm going to attempt to use here, by the way, is Scale Colors Orange Leather. And it is, really separated. Really separated. I'm going to give it a little bit more time on this mixer. And it looks like a broccoli. That is easily the most important thing about it, though, Siestinator. As long as it looks like a broccoli. There, now it's actually mixed reasonably. I'm going to thin it slightly. Let's see how it does. There's a spot here I should get before I keep going with my midnight blue. There we go. I need to go higher than that. I don't have much room to work with on these little quilted bits, so I've really just got to give them one layer of highlight and then call it good. Which is going to involve me mixing a little bit of dwarf skin into my orange leather. Everybody I know who has watched the Harley Quinn show has said good things about it. And at some point I'm probably just going to have to get over myself and give it a watch. But you know, that's more easily said than done. Moff Gideon voice. Oh, you mean Giancarlo Esposito? That dude's a fucking dynamo. I saw, it was like an Onion headline the other day or something like that, to the effect of, Giancarlo Esposito's sudden introduction to show indicates that the main character is about to be in a world of shit. Yep. That's what it always means when Giancarlo Esposito shows up in a show these days. It's like, oh, the real bad guy is here. I don't know how he has made a career out of that, but at this point he basically has. No, Giancarlo's here. Now it's on. This is even sort of true for his role in Community, where he shows up and he's like, woo, a real antagonist for one episode. The tone of Harley Quinn reminds you of Venture Brothers a lot, eh? The Siege of Mandalore occurs in Season 7 of the Clone Wars, which there's something like a 10-year gap between Season 6 and Season 7 of the Clone Wars, so it's kind of its own thing. It also occurs over the last 4 episodes of Season 7 of the Clone Wars, and Season 7 is divided up into a sometimes somewhat confusing groupings of 4 episodes. The first 4 episodes... Are the first 4 episodes the Bad Batch, or are they Ahsoka's fucking side quest? I can't remember which. But it's like the first 4 episodes are a toy commercial and a spin-off pilot. The second 4 episodes are blatant pandering and also a spin-off pilot. And then the last 4 episodes are like I'm fairly convinced that Dave Filoni was like, hey guys, I have an idea for the last arc of the Clone Wars, and it's going to be, you know, about an hour and a half, about 2 hours in length. About 4 good episodes. And they were like, that's great, you can totally do that. First, make us a toy commercial and like a weird girl power thing that feels totally inappropriate and makes a really strong character out to be incompetent and stupid. And he was like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. And he did those things, and then he made the last 4 episodes of Season 7, which are actually good. I was really annoyed by Ahsoka's little side quest arc in Season 7, because it really did just make her out to be kind of incompetent and stupid. Which is frustrating to me, because I like Ahsoka. But she had to be dumb for the scenes to happen, I guess. Yeah, the first 4 were Bad Batch, yeah. I was not into the Bad Batch either. It's just they were like the low-rent, shitty version of Delta Squad. I was not digging it. Should I magnetize my Skydozer ship to its base so I can store it easier? I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah. If you've got the magnets and you've got the know-how, like, yeah. If you're not going to have it out, if you don't have a space where you know you can display it regularly and constantly for a long period of time, and it's bulky enough that you're worried about storing it, then yeah, go ahead and do the magnets. What's the drawback, really? I'm kind of out of focus there. Come on. Focus on what I'm actually doing, please. You're just like, no, fuck you. Yeah, the Siege of Mandalore takes place during the events of Episode 3. It's like what's going on elsewhere while Episode 3 is going on. Order 66 happens during the last 4 episodes of Season 7. In fact, there are a number of events that happen in Season 7 where you can be like, oh, I know what's going on with Anakin right now. He's elsewhere doing... What the fuck are you doing today, camera?
When
Is this
watching
just our new trick?
Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
We need a different one for focus. Because that's not my fault. No, sir. No, sir. A couple more here. And then, yeah, the end of Episode 3, or the end of Clone Wars Season 7 happens. I mean, it's the end of Episode 3. Yeah, the last arc is just what's going on with Ahsoka while Episode 3 is happening. I don't know, could we? Can we get Kat to do that one? She can record something snarky. It just did it again. I just watched it. You see why I get so frustrated with some of these technical issues sometimes, chat? Because it's like, I didn't change anything. I didn't go in and change any settings. There's no reason that it should be doing this now when it hasn't done it before, when all the conditions have always been the same. Let me move some of these things out of the camera. Maybe it's trying to focus on them. But again, this is funny, because when I was looking for features like, how do I make it autofocus? The response I got was, oh, it doesn't have that feature. So, who the fuck knows? break it. Yeah, that's that's great advice. Great advice, Rodan. Thank you for that. How long until the storm report? Should be about an hour? Yeah, just about 1 hour.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
The day that someone plays that and my 3D printer breaks, I'm gonna demand financial compensation from that person. So, you know, just be aware of that. Be ready for that when it comes. Let's see, if I hold my hand all the way down here, will it focus properly? Yeah, kind of. I am apparently going to have to do some work on my focus before the next stream and figure out what the hell is going so wrong. I love when problems develop seemingly out of nowhere. That's my favorite sort of problem to solve. The problem where I didn't change anything, so there's nothing I can change back. It's really exciting stuff. Troubleshooting. Right above the boot and then up on the knee. Yeah, that looks good. For the ones on the back of his leg. Just on the edge of these ones. Just trying to pick the shape out a little bit. Is it your wet palette? I mean, I've had the wet palette in the background before and it hasn't had that issue. The bottle lids? See, that's the thing, Data Nerd. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I don't even have strange things in the background. I always have this shit in the background of the shot. It's just doing something else today. So who the hell knows? Thunderdum, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I've heard Chris Griffin as Anakin Skywalker. You mean, was it Seth Green? Does Chris, doesn't he? I don't know that I have. I mean, I have in the sense that I've watched all the Robot Chicken Star Wars. That's on AFC. That's, well, that would be autofocus, but I don't... Here's the thing. Right now, what it's doing is it's not even on a video mode. It is just outputting video directly into the capture card. And every single thing that I checked on there said that in this mode, when it's just outputting raw video directly to a capture card, there is no autofocus. And for like literally the first several weeks that I had it, I tried to get it to autofocus, and it wouldn't do. No, it's not. It's not. Damn it. I'm gonna check. It was set to AFS-AFF. I just put it to manual so that it absolutely wouldn't try to do it again. There, maybe that's what I need. Oh, there's Seth MacFarlane and there's Seth Green. Is usually Seth Green, is it not? Who does Chris and thus Anakin? Seth Green is he's a treasure. He really is. I just miss it. I think maybe you were right, White Wolf. Maybe the setting that I switched, I was looking at it from a funny angle. Maybe I had an option wrong. But that would be frustrating to me because that would mean that when I looked up originally how to do autofocus while streaming video, and I was told that's not an option.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
That was bullshit, and I was being lied to. But that's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. That would be the first time that I've been lied to. Like today, it wouldn't even be the first time today that that's happened. So, you know, if it stops doing it now, we know that I solved some kind of problem. Of course, my depth of field is all fucked anyway. You mean someone would do that? Just go on the internet and lie? I thought that was against the law.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
And more. That's really the important part. That's the part you should be paying attention to.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Yeah, but they're what I use, so... You know... We're gonna do it anyway. I think one quick highlight... One quick super high highlight on those and maybe a brown wash and they'll be good to go. And I'm gonna go fairly high on it. I'm gonna take some birch and mix it into what I've been using. Sounds like something Thunderdome Drew would do, which makes it automatically cool. Right? I want to be cool like Thunderdome Drew. Mix this in. Give him a super high highlight. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nope. It still tried to do it. Still tried to do it. Who the hell knows? Stops the bleeding and prevents the blade from just instant slicing back in there. You know, when I do cut myself while hobbying with razor blades, super glue is the very first thing that I go to close up the cut real quick. I mean, it's available, and it's good at that. Insert the obligatory story about how that's what it was designed to do. Pardon me, these little squares are very, very small. Very, very small indeed. Shit. I think they're too small to the point where I'm not contrasting enough with my highlights. I'm gonna go higher. Yeah. High contrast is the ticket. I'm just going with plain scale 75 birch. For something tiny like this, where you don't have a lot of room to build layers, and you're really trying to sell the because, you know, I'm trying to sell the distinction between the actual little quilted patterns, and they're so small, and there's so little room for paint. I think it pays to go high contrast. And it pays to go high contrast in general a lot of the time, but particularly in this circumstance. It's the only way you're really going to get any definition. Print 20 rats in one go? Damn. Did it have an update on OBS today? Not that I know of. Do I have an M with a video icon right next to it on my camera wheel of options? Yes. Is that manual video mode? Would that fix a lot of my problems? That would make sense. That would match with all the other M's, which I'm using more and more to actually take better photos. That's what you use to record it. Alright, well maybe I'll sit down tonight with the manual again and take a look at all the options for the M video mode and get that worked out. I was under the impression that most of those mode features didn't work when I was using a capture card, but I got that impression rather from the same person who told me that autofocus didn't exist when I was using a capture card, and they're obviously fucking wrong. And in a way, I'm glad to hear it. In a way, I'm frustrated that I didn't know it before, but more than anything, I'm glad to know that I can actually improve the quality of my video. I didn't like being left to the whim of the fucking automatic mode gods. You know how they are, they're fickle. Don't really, but they kind of do when you're taking it into OBS default from the camera. Alright. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. There is no autofocus, then why can't I turn it off? What's wrong with you? There is no autofocus, then why does it keep automatically focusing on the wrong things? Oh, God. I'll tell you guys right now, camera operation is not my forte. It is just another skill that I am going to have to develop. Now that I'm using a camera that has these options available on it. Message another trick in Discord to look at. Yes, please do, Thunderdome Drew. Any tips at all that you have are more than welcome. More than welcome. I hate trying to do live video maintenance on the stream, but if anybody has any ideas for something I could take a look at afterwards, any information you think I could use, please feel free to share. I am always growing, I am always learning, sometimes slowly, often painfully. But it won't happen at all if I don't keep changing. Know what I mean? I sometimes think about all the skills that I've had to pick up that I didn't have at all since I started streaming, and man, it's a lot. It is a lot of shit that I've had to become good at, or at least competent at in the last year. That it wasn't that I was incompetent at these things. Well, it was. It is that I was incompetent at these things before, but I was going to say more that, like, I'd never even tried these things before, which is, in fact, a form of incompetence. It's not a malicious incompetence. It's not the sort of incompetence you think of when you're like, well, they should have known better. I had no reason to know these things. It's not something I had done. But now... well, now it's different, isn't it? Now I'm actually trying to show people things. So I realized the other day... well, it's been a long time since I read any of the Gaunt's Ghosts novels by Dan Abnett. Like, any of them. It's been a long, long time. And I hadn't really thought about them. Well, okay, I'd thought about them in the sense of like, wow, I really liked the part when X happened. Or, man, I really hated the part when Y happened. But I hadn't really thought about them in a long time. And yesterday I realized that there are a shitload more of them than I've actually read. And that I only read up through, I think, Trader General is what I determined last night. Because Trader General were the last events that I could recall specifically and explicitly. It's possible that I read the next few after it, like Armor of Contempt or His Last Command. I owned them, I had purchased them, but I never actually read them. So I sat down last night and started reading His Last Command. And, oh my god, you guys, I love Dan Abnett's writing. It's so, like, it's very surface level most of the time, but it's so damned entertaining. I think writing pulp fiction is a talent. It's a skill unto itself that an author does have to develop. Writing something that, no, it's not gonna be, you know, the next... it's not gonna be the next Fight Club. It's not gonna blow your mind. It's not gonna make you question everything you've ever done in your life, but it is entertaining as all hell. And the action is probably gonna stick with you. That's the kind of writing that Abnett does, and he does it so well. So I'm enjoying getting back into that, and I figured I might as well too, since here in the near future I would like to paint those Blood Pact that I started printing. the first 40k I will have painted in almost a year at this point. So that's the thing though, White Wolf, I was told it didn't make much or any difference when I was routing straight to OBS, and I believe that I was lied to. I believe we have discovered that I was wrong, because I flipped my settings around and then I just left them for when I started streaming, and as it turns out, it does have an impact. So we've learned something, and I've got another avenue to pursue now. For increasing film quality, that's something. What brand of paint do I use? The answer to that is several. Mostly, though, you're going to find I use... Gotta stop doing that. You are going to find that I use primarily Reaper, some Vallejo, not as much these days, mostly Reaper, and then some Pro Acryl. Those would be my primary go-tos at this point. I like Reaper paints. They're excellent. Use some of my mid-tone here. Let's start working up these shoulder pads and these here gloves. I like Reaper paints. I like Reaper paints quite a lot. I know Pro Acryl is like, it's the new fucking hotness. Everybody's all about it. They're great, great paints. Reaper still has a fantastic paint line. I'd like to say they're cheaper. I don't think that they are, actually. I think Pro Acryl is actually very competitively priced. It seems pricey when you look at the set, because you're like, I'm only getting so many paints, but they also have about twice as much volume as a Reaper bottle. So they're actually surprisingly competitive. Gaunt's Ghost is one of the better novel series in 40k fiction, which is mostly war porn, but also really sad. You care about... Yeah, and he has a way, too, of not just making you care about the characters, but yielding some truly tragic results for some of them. I don't want to spoil anything, but there is definitely a character he spends many books developing as a very, very likable sort of heart of his team kind of a guy, one that you feel very strongly for. And then, in the course of some uncontrollable events over about one book or so, he gets his whole life just completely fucked and taken away from him. And his fate isn't even known until the next book, when you catch up with him again, and it's like, oh, everything went about as badly as it could have for him, and he's just fucked. I think if you've read the books, you probably know which character I'm talking about. I don't want to spoil anything, even though the books have been out for quite some time, because if you haven't read them and you enjoy 40k fiction at all, Gaunt's Ghost is a series that you absolutely must read. The patron saint of luck and sarcasm. Is that what they called him, Clan Wolf? That sounds familiar. And yeah, he was in fact very lucky, wasn't he? That sort of became the problem. Nobody's allowed to just be lucky in the 40k universe, are they? That luck in and of itself is suspicious. Keophas Cain is fantastic. Yeah, if I was going to pick a second after Gaunt's Ghost, it would be Keophas Cain. Sandy Mitchell just has a real sharp wit. I like the fact that Caiaphas Cain is in fact himself much more competent than he, as a writer, gives himself credit for, in the form of, because the books are meant to be like his memoirs as edited by an Inquisitor. And he doesn't give himself much credit for competence or for heroism, but it's also clear through his writings that he is not only very competent, but incredibly heroic. He's just a cynic on top of everything else. And that, I can identify with that. Not with being heroic, but with being a cynic. With often not being able to see some parts of myself that others can because I'm far too cynical about them. I get the same thing from Caiaphas. Oh, that's Caiaphas Cain, not... Oh, I thought you were talking about a character within Gaunt's Ghosts. I think they do a pretty good job in the books of portraying commissars as being people. They're different. Each one of them is his own unique... there's definitely the stereotypical, fresh off the boat commissar who's more like... who's very, very likely to pull his pistol and fire under even the slightest provocation, because that's what he's taught to do. Maybe I'm mostly thinking of Abnett's writing. Abnett has a habit of really characterizing his Inquisitors as human beings, not Inquisitors, his commissars as human beings. But then he also writes a lot about commissars. A lot of other writers don't seem to have much time for them. We're not doing this again, Shock 21. We've already done it once. We're counting down the difference between the current number and 100. We're counting down that number. Your pedantry has no power here. Rewatched Enemy at the Gates. It's been a long time for me. That's a cool movie. Yeah, the romance was largely unnecessary in that movie, I tend to agree. There's a lot to love about it, though. These goofy padded shoulders of his have always thrown me. And they are goofy. They're huge. I haven't seen Thin Red Line in a very, very long time. Probably not since it came out. What is this round part meant to be? Is that meant to be metal, I wonder? I don't know. Best reference for Dash Rendar? Cable, yeah. They have a similar aesthetic, sure, certainly. It's just cloth, okay. Smaller and leather. I wasn't sure, I couldn't remember it. I didn't remember there being anything there in particular, so I'm just gonna color it in a little bit here. As long as it's not something specific that I'm forgetting about, then I'm happy. I'm going mostly based on memory for this. I don't remember his costume being very complex. He's got like the leather padded shoulders, he's got the weird leather quilted jumpsuit that's in blue, he's got light armor on his chest and shoulders that's always rendered in kind of a gunmetal color. I remember the images of him with his pistol having like a cable going to his belt for some reason, but I don't remember where those were from. Those might have been from the comic books. In the game, I remember him just being a Han Solo stand-in, so he pretty much just had a DL-44. I am tired. Does anyone want a toddler? I'll pass on that. I'll pass on that one, Steel Warrior, but I appreciate the offer, particularly at such a competitive price. How you doing, Steel Warrior? How are things? Can we get a shout? Oh, we already did. We already got that shout out. Thank you so much, Cat. Anybody reading anything good right now? Anything I should be paying attention to? I feel like I haven't been reading enough over the last few years, if I'm being honest. I used to read a lot. Like a whole lot. But for whatever reason, the last few years, I just haven't been. I'm starting to worry I'm getting dumber. You ever have that fear? You're like, huh, am I dumber than I was last year? Is it possible? Something I could be doing about this? Sometimes he has sleeves, and sometimes he doesn't. I'm going with bare-armed. I'm going with muscles. My spelling is going, and that scares me. It's like one of my greatest fears is the slow downslope into complete idiocy and then brain death as an old person. I'm gonna be a stupid old man. I'm kind of a stupid young man. I don't think I'm allowed to be called a young man anymore. I think I just have to be a man, and that's kind of depressing, too. Already old as fuck at heart. Unfortunately. I metaphorically yell at the kids to get off my lawn way too often. Me here, read, not important. Nuh. Well, I'll tell you what, Rodan, we can get dumber together, buddy. How does that sound? We just need to set my goals more achievably. Pick somebody that I can definitely stay smarter than, and just regard that. That's my yardstick. As long as I'm not dumber than this guy, I gotta be doing something right. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking of, Kat. Like, there are times in my life, periods of years, where I'm just like, I'm consuming a book every few days. But I haven't been back into one of those cycles in so long. Long enough that I noticed it, that I'm like, huh, I haven't read anything in a long time. It's not like just reading books makes you smarter. I guess it means your mind is maybe more active, but then when I think about some of the schlock that I read when I am reading, I'm like, well, it can't be that much of a loss. Oops. On a big Wehrmacht / Luftwaffe kick, huh? Doing some war reading? Let me drink some water. Used to finish a book a day in college and haven't read for fun in years. Reminds me of one of my favorite lines from, I don't know if you guys have ever watched that show, Peep Show. The British one with Robert Webb and David Mitchell. It's a fucking hilarious show. But there's a line when somebody's talking about how smart this other character is, and she's like, she's a genius. She's in Mensa. She reads books. For fun. I'm like, yeah, that's used to be me. This hasn't been anything I really felt like reading lately, unfortunately. I'll go back and I'll read my Dan Abnett schlock, but I mean, it's, you know, it's schlocky. It's what it is. It's the nature of the beast. That's too much of a transition. These gloves have more surface area. That's more like what I'm looking for. Tops of his fingers here. There, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Books were a lot more attractive when you didn't have cable or high-speed internet. You know, I sometimes forget just how recent the advent of the high-speed internet that we enjoy so easily and so readily these days, how recent a development that was. It's not been something I've had my whole life, and you're not wrong, Vergata Wrong. There's definitely a correlation, if not a causation, between the decline of me reading books for fun and how easy it is to just jump on Reddit and waste my fucking brain for a while. There is something to be said for that. Yeah, I can't do audiobooks, Kat. I'm the same way. I tried to listen to audiobooks and they just do nothing for me. I really tried to get into listening to the audiobooks of The Expanse when I did my drive from Texas up to Colorado during the move. And it doesn't I don't have whatever it takes. Whatever it is that people have that lets them enjoy audiobooks, I do not have it. I want to read it. I have trouble sometimes. Even just with digital book formats, and that's silly. I know it is. I know that it's like super easy to get yourself a Kindle, get yourself an e-reader, and just read all the books in digital format that you want. I really, really genuinely like holding on to the physical copy of a book and reading it. I like it a lot. I take a whole lot of enjoyment from flipping through the pages when I am reading. And e-readers don't give me that. And it makes me feel like I'm some kind of fucking Luddite. But I'm not doing it because I don't like technology. That's ridiculous. I love technology. I use technology every chance I get to make my life easier. I'm lazy as shit. But I don't like digital books. I like having some printed paper in my hand. I think it's got to be just purely psychological. Like, I've just got so many good positive memories associated with that act. The e-ink e-readers are pretty nice. I feel like I've used some of those in the past, and it's just not the same. What the fuck is this? How is this synthwave? Clearly we don't have the same definition, Pretzel. Walter's Workshop. My man. What's up, Walter? How you doing today, man? Looks like we already got that shout out. Thank you so much for that, Cat. What are you up to today, Walter? Definitely go give that man a follow. Very entertaining stream. Very friendly guy. Very welcoming community. One of the places I like to be when I have the chance. Just getting some work done on Dash Rendar here. Badly at the moment. I'm not into it today. I don't know. Having one of those off days, but you know what? I'm painting, I'm getting stuff done, so I gotta be doing something right. Working on the plinth basing for some minis and painting a Baby Yoda / Pennywise crossover oh god, what hath science wrought? What madness is that? I'm gonna have to take a look at this insanity. You'd be one of the only people I know of who regard Dash Rendar as a favorite character, Walter. I have to ask you, why? Not that I disbelieve you, not that I judge you in any way for having him be your favorite character. I'm just curious why. What is it about Dash Rendar that stands out to you? Now I never read the book for Shadows of the Empire. I understand he made his way into some novels and some comics, and he was more developed there. I only ever played the N64 game Shadows of the Empire. So my exposure to Dash Rendar was effectively, well, we can't use Han Solo, so here's someone who kind of looks like him. And acts like him, and uses the same gun. So I'm curious what it is about him that sets him apart. Usually when I'm painting a Star Wars character, I confess I know more about them than I do him. Usually, not all the time. Read the book, played the N64 game. The book went into his character a lot more. He's similar to Solo, but kind of arrives at being a good person much quicker. It did take Solo a while, to be fair. And some fairly extreme circumstances on top of that. So less of a piece of shit than Han Solo. That's a good personality trait to have, I think. Holy moly, here comes the Hobby Habit with a follow. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, I'm going to start building up some skin tones on Dash here, and I am going to go back to the skin tone that I was using for his leather that I mixed a little bit. And I'm going to mix it with a little bit of the rust brown base that I used. And then I'm going to hit the vast majority of his skin with this, leaving the other tone only down in the deep recesses. And then we'll mix it a bit lighter and do it again. Right? It's kind of how you paint things, right? Right. I might have to actually sit down and read Shadows of the Empire at some point. It's been so long since I even played the game that I barely remember what happens in it. I mean, I remember the Skyhook, I remember the Star Viper program, I remember Prince Zizor, I remember Guri, but I don't remember that much about them. Mostly I remember their names and some of the big battles. I remember the Star Viper because there were a billion toys of it. And then, of course, later it got put into, like, X-Wing, and the Star Viper kind of made it everywhere. Is this a mini for Legion? So, it's not really for anything in particular, Walter. I mean, it is in the sense that Darkfire Designs made this model available for free so that it could be used for a painting competition on the Star Wars Legion painting Facebook group, and I'll probably go ahead and enter it there. But that's more of just an excuse to paint it than anything else. I don't really do painting contests for the most part. This is one of the first ones I've ever actually, like, entered. Mostly I'm just doing it because it's a cool free model, I like Darkfire Designs, and I felt like participating in a community event. Yes, Clan Wolf, that bugged the shit out of me, by the way. In Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, you are introduced to what is called a Mandalorian Basilisk. And it's just the Star Viper. And that's not what a Basilisk was. That's not what a Basilisk was even meant to be. That was really aggravating to me. Really aggravating might be overselling it. It wasn't really, like, it wasn't a major event in my life or anything, but I remember I'm playing the game and they're like, oh, the Basilisk is in that garage, and you go in and it's like, that's a Star Viper, and that won't exist for, like, several hundred years. What the fuck are you talking about? It certainly ain't no Basilisk. Damn, this dude he is so, like, crazy muscled. Yeah, KOTOR 2 definitely had its issues. One of the biggest issues being that it wasn't actually a finished game at any point. Oh, wait, what? Clan Wolf, was there a proper Basilisk War Droid in The Force Unleashed? I played both of those games. Well, okay, let me be fair. I played the first one extensively. I played the second one a little bit, but I don't remember seeing a Basilisk. Basilisk War Droids are one of the coolest inventions of the Star Wars Expanded Universe that exist. There's some really cool fan renditions of what they supposedly look like. I don't know that there is a canon one. But I didn't see one in The Force Unleashed. If I saw it, I don't remember it, which is surprising to me. Because generally, if there's a nerdy reference in something Star Wars and it gives me an excuse to feel superior to somebody because I've consumed more of the expanded universe than they have, I seize onto that thing as a desperate means to define myself as a human being. So I feel like I would have remembered that. Might depend on which version of the game you played. I was on Xbox, wasn't I? I believe so. It was a while ago. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I played on Xbox. I'm gonna have to go look this up now, Clan Wolf. You got me wondering. Yes. Yes, Roland, that is in fact a basilisk. You are absolutely correct. That is what I know as a basilisk war droid. And then you put a Mandalorian on the back of it, and you have him ride that into the atmosphere of a planet through anti-invasion batteries like a complete fucking lunatic dropping from the sky. And that's your basilisk right there. Yeah, Mandalorian. You know what that Mandalorian was? Emilio Estevez. Swear to God, the mighty Duckman. And Revan was like, Emilio! Even Warhammer 40k fans think that's a bit over the top with the... No, it was. The invasion of the Basilisk war droids is one of the most over-the-top things in Star Wars. It's like ancient Mandalorian legends from when the Mandalorians conquered the entire fucking galaxy on several occasions. Like, it's one of the craziest periods of war in the Star Wars lore. But those were old Mandalorians, man. They were fucking serious about what they did. I like the old Mandalorians. They were the scale of threat where it was like, oh my god, the whole galaxy has to band together to stop them from just dominating us. Dr. Mandalove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Ride a Robotic War Droid from Near Orbit. Yeah, now I'm picturing like Slim Pickens on the back of a basilisk, right? Waving his fucking hat. I'd watch that. Fund it. Part of this print didn't come out as clear as I'd like. Mostly just a little bit of detailing around his face on this side that's towards his raised arm. I guess there are worse fates. This part is mostly covered by other things anyway. Sadly, never played any of the KOTOR games, and that is your... is that your greatest shame, Walter, in life? You think back, and there's like that time as a kid when you joined in with the bullies making fun of the crippled kid before you knew any better, you know? And there's that time when you didn't really know that stealing was bad, and you stole something from someone who needed it, and you're like, yeah, but more than anything, I didn't play KOTOR. And, I don't know how I can forgive myself for that. I don't even know how I sleep at night. I could buy that. I don't buy the Basilisk as a starfighter. I like the Basilisk as a droid that you ride like a horse. Nobody can take that away from me. They can try. It won't work. Shockwave generator rods, whatever the hell those are. Laser cannons, pulse wave cannons, shatter missile launchers, space mines. Sure, why not? Space mines! Let's have the droid drop space mines. Those things were nonsense. In just the best possible way. You should play them. You should play them, Walter. They keep talking about remastering them. Every few years, there's some games that go through these cycles. Like System Shock 2 and KOTOR are the two examples that come to mind. Every few years, some fan is like, I'm gonna remaster these games. We're gonna do a remaster. They almost got one, a fan remaster, done, until EA fucking shut them down with a C&D a couple years back. I feel like that was a couple years. I don't know. It's hard to tell how long ago anything was in 2020. I'm like, oh, that was like 5 years ago. Like, dude, that was a month ago. I don't know what the hell you're smoking. Alright, Hethra, you take it easy, man. Have a good night. Thanks for showing up, man. It's always good to see you. Ooh. Punch through capital ship grade ship hulls. That makes sense. Insofar as anything about the Basilisk makes sense, that makes sense. Now, in Rebels, we have seen Mandalorians are willing to assault capital ships just sort of on foot with jetpacks. So why wouldn't they design a droid to make it easier? Hey, what's up, Cryptic Ninja? How have things been going for you, man? Been doing any mini painting? I hope that what advice we've been able to give you has been helpful. I never get to as much on these streams as I'm like 4 hours. 4 hours of painting. Really, like 3.5. That's so much painting. That's so much painting. I'm gonna paint everything. And I never... I gotta set more realistic goals for myself. I'm gonna have to adjust his musculature a bit. I think some of these shadows on his muscles are a bit extreme. I don't know, though. 3 to 5 foot rule? Maybe not. Oh, waiting for stuff to come, but you do have good news. What's the good news, Cryptic Ninja? I like good news. Good news is particularly appreciated this year, you know? You got accepted to art school? Fucking congratulations, Cryptic Ninja. That's awesome, man. That's really, really great. What do you wanna focus on in art school? What in particular are you going in for, out of curiosity? That's fucking great though, man. Congratulations. Question for the Hive Mind. Is there any lore from the Borealis that would give indicator for colors on the gas tanks and fighter bays? Not specifically, no. You may, I don't know, Sumitha might actually have a better idea on that than I do. He's written more lore for it than I have. I mostly just did the adaptation of the visual design into a physical product. But if there's something from its use by the Dreadnought Battle Corps or something like that, maybe Sumitha could help you out. I don't know. Seriously though, Cryptic Ninja, that is fucking amazing news. I am super duper happy for you, man. Graphic design with a focus on branding and logo design. Well, at least that's something you're definitely going to get work in, man. Been waiting for 3 months and now you get good news? Oof. I'll bet that was stressful. Well, I'm happy for you. Alright. I think it's just about that time, though, isn't it? Yeah, we're at 8:30. I'm gonna roll over to the storm report so that I'm not doing it for like an hour this time, or at least if I'm doing it for an hour, I'm not gonna be doing it until way past the point where I should have had something to eat. Cat, go ahead and remind me what time is it again?
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Woo! There we go. Right on over into it. Yeah, I'd imagine that school, except anything academic this year, has probably been a little wild. But I'm glad you made the cut, man. That's fucking awesome. Let's see what people have been posting. I need to drink some water while I'm at it. SCAD. Help me out with that one. Savannah School of Art and Design. Okay. Ooh, what do we have up first? Here we have from Roland, looks like some trees. Ooh, it is. It's a bunch of trees on little mobile bases. Little MDF cut ones. Nice. Where are these trees from, Roland? I assume they're probably just like a bag of trees you get for, whatchamacallit? Model railroad design. That's where I've gotten most of mine. N-scale train. Yeah. Okay, there we go. These ones have nice little bases on them. The ones that I got didn't. Very, very cool. Good for a game of Alpha Strike. Throw a little bit of dirt on those bases, dry brush it real quick, glue those bad boys down. You've got some nice little mobile area cover bits that you can put around. Very nice, Roland. Good work on those. One of the many art schools you got rejected from. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man, Rofasol, but even so, congratulations to you, Cryptic Ninja. That's amazing. Oh, and then we've started working on a Mad Cat. Like, I feel like this is something Roland is doing because there are cans of soda in the background, but none of them are Mountain Dew Baja Blast. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time really believing that this is something Roland is painting. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Roland. That's a nice, smooth Blues Clues, smooth coat of Macragge Blue you've got going down there, though. What's going to be the final paint scheme for this Mad Cat, Roland? I'm curious. Coming down. Here we have from Ion Raptor, as promised, my Soundwave costume. This was made 10 years ago in about 30 days. Is my first home-built costume. I've worn this one more than the others I've made. Mr. Freeze and the Masakari, you know, but yeah, the Masakari was a particularly nice touch. Have I seen your Mr. Freeze, Ion Raptor? If I haven't, you should link it someplace so that I can. Mr. Freeze is a personal favorite Batman villain. Just because it's a lot easier to move and see out of, yeah, I could imagine. It's less work to wear. Here's my first outing to the local store to find my mini-me. There's a lot of things I learned from doing this. A lot of things I would do differently if I made another one. Isn't there always, though? That's just how those projects go. But for my first build, I don't think this was bad at all. I don't think so either. I'll tell you what it is. It's very clean. It's very clean and the lines are very straight. And these are two things that home-built and particularly quick cosplays generally aren't. I love that you really leaned into the blockiness of the Gen 1 design. You got all the important features right. You did a good job on the coloration. And like I said, very clean. I think that actually works in this costume's favor. And yeah, compared to the Masakara, this is something you can actually walk around in pretty easily. Diamond Shark. Ooh, that'll be nice, Roland. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed. All you need is like a... You know what you need is to get a little dog and dress him up like Ravage. Or like a little parrot, and you can dress him up like Laserbeak. That might be a little harder. But dressing a dog like Ravage could actually work. This reminds me of my... I have the one photo of myself dressed as Judge Dredd. Well, I'm dressed as Judge Lex, but, you know, nobody ever pays attention to that. It's always Dredd. Dredd. He gets all the attention, that guy. But I went to a comic book store. It was for the release of the... What was it called? Underbelly, I think it was. It was the comic book series based on the movie. So I got a picture of myself in the comic book store in the full costume, like, kind of thumbing through the comic. That was a fun time. Like this guy back here, he's like, man, I'm just getting my baloney. I don't know what this fucking Transformer's doing. I like how you did the hands. Just put some pieces on the back of the hand to give it a more mechanical look. Simple and effective. Very cool, Ion Raptor. Dread's name is on the brand. Yeah, it's hard to avoid, isn't it? Heard you say something about me and the Dreadnought Battle Corps being able to help somebody out. So Thunderdome Drew was asking if there are any canon details that would help him pick some colors for the tanker parts on the Borealis or the aerospace sections. I don't know that there are, but I suppose if there's anyone who might be able to pick something pretty cool out from the lore that exists, it would probably be you, Sumitha. Ooh, very thirsty today. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us, Ion Raptor. That's actually pretty badass, and I'd love to see your Mr. Freeze if I haven't yet. Here we have from Cyber Knight. Just finished the last part Sunday night after the stream, but the Hammerhead parts are now finally all painted. This brings the total number of Hammerhead parts to 49. Can Thunderhead figure out how many magnets are in this picture? Well, 49 parts. So 49 magnets right there. Okay. And then we have total connection points. And that's going to be one for the shoulders. So we're at 50. But then the shoulders are going to have 2 each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's another 12. So we're at 60 plus 12. We're at 72. Another one for the waist, so we're at 73. 73? Is it 73? $61. I was off. I was way off. How was I that far off? How did I add that? Are there not 3 magnets per shoulder section? That's my assumption. Because there'd have to be 1 to connect it to the torso, and then 1, 2 to connect the arms to it, right? I must have something wrong there. Because I overguessed by exactly 12. So yeah, those magnets have to not exist. At least I am off by a number that makes sense. That's something, Cyber Knight. I'm not completely out in the fucking weeds. Not sure you have any good pictures of Freeze. Even bad pictures. I'd still love to see it, man. Absolutely would. Next one. Yeah, I just challenged him. So he's like, he's right. The next one should have 73 magnets. Let's make it happen. Oh, God. Thank you for sharing that with us, Cyber Knight. If you do not know, Cyber Knight is the proprietor of Metalcore Collectibles, who make an astonishing array of really, really cool battle mechs, all of which have variant parts just like this. They have their own stats in Operation Lancaster, but they're also generally suited to proxying for other mechs. So if you are into 6mm sci-fi wargaming at all, you need to check out Metalcore Collectibles. Next up, we have from Rodan, Kite Man. I saw this one when you posted it on either Facebook or Instagram. I can't remember which one. I don't remember what. I never know what social media I'm on anymore these days. I'm just sort of around, just looking at stuff. Good old Kite Man. That's some pretty nice high contrast highlighting on him. I like his little thumbs up. Kite Man is just such a. He's just one of those characters who definitely exists in the universe, and even the characters in the universe regard him as sort of a joke. Oh, really nice work on this, though. I particularly like these like little newspapers that are kind of being left as he accelerates off the ground. I like this color that you've used for the smoke, too. Very, very cool work. Poison Ivy married him. Well, I missed that one entirely. And he's in Harley Quinn. Who isn't in Harley Quinn? Everybody's in Harley Quinn these days. Sheesh. Been using Affinity programs instead of Adobe programs to get started because cheaper and cleaner UIs. That is always a nice thing to have. It's the UI that turns me off of so many programs like Blender. Very nicely done, Rodan, and thank you for sharing. On each of the papers I put, hell yeah. That's pretty badass, actually, man. That's nicely done. I particularly like the fade from the primary green up here down, and then we have kind of the shape of his body casting the shadow to the darker green down here. Very nicely done. Kursala's not in Harley Quinn. Well, we finally found somebody then. Here we have from Crossbow Roof more work on the round facer model. I said in the first post I had a lot of work to clean up the seams. Here's an example. Same exact part before and after 10 minutes of filing and multiple grit sanding sticks. 10 minutes for one face, not the whole piece. Oh, God. Oh, I hate sanding. I hate sanding so much. I hate doing it. I try to avoid sanding at all costs if I can help it, particularly in 3D prints, because there's just so much of it to do once you get started. I'll try every damn trick in the book. But there's kind of nothing for it on a model like this. You either have to sand it or accept the hideous seams, so I understand the pain. Damn, man. And then, poof, there it goes. It's worth the effort, though. That looks real nice. Are these the thighs? I've got a pretty good idea of how the round facer goes together at this point, and if I had to guess what part of the model this was, I would say this was a thigh. Yeah? Okay. I thought so. That's very cool. I look forward to seeing the round facer fully assembled. The round facer models are so nice, and it's just a classic looking mech. Oh, from Puckduncher. I didn't make this, but I commissioned my best friend, MLEL Ion FX, on Twitter to make me a logo for a big school group project. Project consists of designing a space mission and spacecraft meant for the early detection of forest fires from space. Firesat systems. Maculamane observandum. Oculus oh, that's Latin. That took me a second of reading it. I was like, is that a place? No, that's Latin. That's a motto. I don't speak enough Latin to know what it means, though. I like the look, though. Just the dude kind of riding the satellite. Like, I'm looking around. It looks like there's some fire. Talking about the round facer, that dummy thick round facer, chaotic. You know, Thunderdome Drew, I should put that up as a command. I really, really should. Exclamation point Borealis to have that link come up. That's a good idea, and thank you for helping me think of that. If you are looking for it, I think you were probably just trying to help me get it out there, but you can go to Steel Warrior Studios, pop over into the Thunderhead Studios section, and it is not hard to find once you're on there. Well, that's pretty cool, Puckduncher. Yes, pseudo-Latin. I was reading it and thinking to myself, like, is that proper Latin? I don't know. Not Aurora Borealis, and any assertion to the contrary is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Come on. Come on, people. Coming down, here we have from Chaotic Harmony, oh god. This is Maya, a bard who doesn't really speak. Her voice was stolen by a demon her parents made a deal with when she was a small child in order to save her older brother from a deadly disease. Isn't this the plot of Solomon Kane? I feel like it was. Aurora Borealis? On your printer? It's more likely than you think. Excellent, Thunderdome Drew. I am glad. But yeah, I should make that a command. Her voice was replaced with the demon's voice, and no matter what she does, her words are always spoken in infernal. So to communicate, she makes a gratuitous use of the minor illusion spell to make images come forth from her pointed finger. She doesn't play an instrument, however, but instead dances, while using the dancing light spell to make beautiful and frightening dances with her scimitar's flashing blade. That's one of the cooler backstories for a D&D character I've actually heard in a while. I like that a lot. It also reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch Doom Patrol, but there's a character called Crazy Jane who she has some ridiculous number of multiple personalities. She has like 30 to 70 I can't remember the number. It's a ridiculous number of personalities. We only see a few of them. But each personality that comes out of her has a different superpower. And one of them is named Silver Tongue. And when she speaks, she can make her words like text, comes out of her mouth and solidifies as these big silver words, which are razor sharp, and she can then sort of project using her mind as like throwing stars. There's a shot in like the first episode where she just goes, "You're so fucked," and the "you're so fucked" comes out of her mouth and then flings itself across the room at them. I always thought that was a cool fucking power. That's a really neat backstory. Faces are hard and I hate doing them, though I will say, Chaotic Harmony, for probably not having done many faces, you are on the right track, man. They're fucking tricky. They really, really are. Yeah, she can literally kill someone with curse words. I always thought her power was one of the coolest ones. And she can control them, like she had one come out and then turn sideways and go against somebody's throat. Just basically, she uses her words as weapons in the most literal possible fashion. Faces are horrible. Faces are one of the hardest things. There's some people out there who are just like, I understand how faces are colored, and they go bing, bang, boom, and they paint faces, no problem. I think I overcomplicate them. In fact, I'm almost sure that I do, because the simpler I make them, the better I like my results. I'll tell you what, though, Chaotic Harmony. You did a good job on the eyes, not making them appear too bug-eyed or anything like that. You keep working on it, man. You'll be doing some killer faces in no time. I like the fade on the robes. I like her feet kind of hanging off the ground here. I like all the bright colors. It's a nice touch. Yellow is always such a damn trick, isn't it? Very nicely done, though, Chaotic Harmony. They are hard, and I dislike them. You just got to do more of them, man. Unfortunately, that's the truth. You just kind of have to do more of them. Here we have from Rogue 19K an early Christmas gift from the wife. Ooh. Well, that is fancy as fuck, isn't it? Damn. You see a man walk into a restaurant wearing a coat like this, and you look at that man and you just know he doesn't give a shit. That man's living his life, and he's living it well. That's very slick. I thought it was camouflage. Well, it's camouflage if you're standing in like a bush full of dark gray roses with subtle pink cores. Yeah. Yeah, then it's camouflage, Roland. That is very, very fancy. Very spiffy. Spiffy's probably the word for it. We're going to have to see that being worn, Rogue 19, to really, really get a feel for it. Here we have from Sumitha. Since the night at least started off with the theme of fightercraft, I figure why the hell not? Here's a pair of Operation Lancaster previews featuring art by Matt Plog. First up is the Vertigo Light Aerospace Fighter, a fast-moving craft capable of 7.5 Gs of thrust, while still packing some serious firepower and respectable armor for its weight. Oh, very nice. I like how kind of stumpy it is. And I like this ridge that picks up from right here and carries along behind the cockpit over to the other side, kind of isolating the engines in this little pod right here. And then, of course, the big old cannon coming right out the front. Though I will say that these two lasers on top, combined with the mouth art here, make them look like bug eyes. Like it's shooting laser beams out of his eyeballs. I could buy that. Very cool looking fighter. And then followed by the Sabertooth medium aerospace fighter, still capable of more than 5 Gs of thrust. Has a heavy armor coating, but most importantly, it's packing enough firepower to make most opponents cry on sight. Yes, this variant is packing 10 extended range medium lasers. Jesus, that is a lot of hurt. And it should be pointed out, this craft is perfectly heat efficient even when unloading with everything it has. If the Sabertooth is lacking anything, it certainly isn't teeth. Seriously, that's a death by 1,000 cuts delivered in rapid succession. 10 medium lasers. Woof! Thunderdome Drew, you have a fantastic night, man. Thanks for being here. I like the design on this one a whole lot. The forward swept wings, the kind of stumpy, almost looks like inspired by one of those, why can't I think of the model of Stealth Bomber? The shorter, stumpier one, not the super wide one, the one with all the hard angles. Death by 1,000 cuts should take a lot longer. Well, if you're delivering, like, 100 cuts at a time, it wouldn't take that long. The F-117, thank you so much. Yeah, the overall shape reminds me of the F-117 if you took the wingtips and you reversed their direction. Everyone remembers the F-117 except for me, apparently. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. Here we have also from Sumitha, putting this in here with Cat's permission, the Urban Mech plushie. Aww. They finally made this, huh? They talked a lot about it. We didn't get to see pictures of it. Are they just releasing these pictures? They finally got some of the prototypes together? It is adorable. With the new chunkier proportions, this actually works pretty well. Yeah, I definitely wasn't thinking of the B2. The B2 had much more smooth, rounded lines. I like how it has a little skull and crossbones rocking. It's like a little pirate Irby. They are a little bit Boba Fett. They are a little bit Boba Fett, Roland. With the green and the reds and the yellows, particularly up around the head area. Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's adorable. Oh, here we have from Carbonic Acid. Finally got some time to paint, and Rainy River Design shipment came in. So, Badland camo on an ice world. I mean, you can't always control what world you're going to fight on, and painting seems like it's this whole thing, like it takes a bunch of time and it's a huge pain in the ass. It's the colors for sure. Yeah, it's Boba Fett's array of colors. Looks like an R2-D2 with drumsticks dressed as... I mean, the fact that it's hideous is kind of part of the appeal, though, Kursala. I think that's why people like the Irby as much as they do. Really still digging, like, this is the color that always jumps out at me when I see your Badland scheme, is this maroon. I want to push this maroon so much. Of the various base tones that we have, I like this more gold and yellow one the best. I like the ice crystals, though. And is this some of Rainy River Designs ice flocking that I spy here? That actually works pretty nicely. Yeah, we have an interesting variation of base tones across all four of these hunchbacks. If I was going to pick one out that I like the most, I definitely like this yellow. It seems to set off the maroon more than the other ones do, which kind of wash it out. Like, you can almost not even see it as much on these darker brown ones. Hey, what's up, Smack Weasel? How you doing? Maybe it's because I hate the Irby. I mean, that's entirely possible, Kursala. You don't like it, you don't like it. I really, really like the way they balance out against the blue. Nice use of the ice flocking. Interesting little crystals. I think that these want maybe a little bit more depth to them, like some darker blue paint down towards the bases, just to sell the transparent nature of them. But painting crystals is like it's a whole thing, it's a whole process to learn. I'm not very good at it, if I'm being honest. I'm sorry, Rogue. We noted that they're very dapper. They're very dapper indeed, and we'd like to see them being worn so we can understand just how dashing you truly are in your very fine embroidered coat. And also, Roland thought it was camouflage, which is insane. I don't know where it is, what bushes it is that he's hiding in, that he thinks that would make a good camouflage. A plushy Mad Cat? Ooh, that could actually work. That could actually work. So looking at these, if I'm giving criticism, I would say lean into this one. This is my favorite one. This particular color of desert yellow is what I would go with because it sets off this maroon. I love this maroon. I want to see the maroon with a few more highlights on it. Tops of the calves. Maybe these top edges on the sides of the chest. Obviously, there's some good spots for it here. Maybe the bottom edge here on the weapon and the top back here. Maybe deepen some of the shadows and the crevices in here. This would be a good place to use some like dark brown washes like Agrax Earthshade or something like that. I think that could work pretty well. The orangish tint, yes, Art Jargon, you are absolutely correct. The orange color of this one really contrasts with the blue in the ice. So this color just works better with all the other colors you've already chosen. And if I was going to change... If I was going to change just one color on these and keep all the rest, it would be this base tone. I would make them all look like this guy. I think this one's your winner, and this is the one that you should lean into. Yeah. Rainy River Designs. Definitely go check them out. They got Thunderhead Studio merch as well as some cool fuck flakes. And if you don't know what those are, you should really go find out. And a good amount of flocking these days. Some very cool types. Nice hunchies, to be sure. They really are. I'm telling you though, man. I'm telling you, Carbonic Acid. Lead into this one right here. Moving down. Here we have from Clan Wolf the newest project, Artorias, the Abyss Walker. Is that from something? I feel like that sounds familiar, but I can't place the character. Oh, did he? Oh, those should be nice prints, too. I like the, oh, Dark Souls. Okay, that would be why it sounds familiar, because I've definitely watched that game be played on several streams without ever actually, like, playing it myself. Really nice looking King Crab, by the way. I like this color that you've gone with, kind of the Alpha Legion thing between the Space Marine and the King Crab, but these are just here for scale. It is a gorgeous looking, I assume, print. He doesn't seem like he has a face, he just has a hollow where his face should be. It's effectively done. That'll create this sort of narrow space here, will actually create a really, really heavy shadow. Is that your new zip hoodie on your... It is. It is. I got the new Thunderhead Studio logo hoodie. I got it on my chair here. I've been wearing this thing around like crazy. It's so fucking comfortable. I haven't tried on the long sleeve shirt yet, but the hoodie I'm very much a fan of. Well, that's pretty damn cool, Clan Wolf. Can't wait to see some paint going down on that bad boy. Showing off the size of the 3D print. Yeah, that's a big one. I should do something like painting a statue. I paint such small damn shit, and then I give myself crap for not being able to detail them well. Ugh. Hey, what's up, Jenny Joy? How you doing today? You can go ahead and get a shout out for Jenny Joy. Very talented streamer, definitely worth a follow. Coming down. Manro Fasal, Attack of the Skydozers. Batak Urbaz. And now I'm trying to push my details before I start bases. I love this. It's such a gaudy yellow metallic that you've gone with, and I think it works really, really well considering the other colors. Again, there's this repeated green, which I think is my favorite color on here, and this sort of maroon metallic red. It's a very compelling color palette. Lots of metallics. Very eye-catching in all the right ways. It helps the details actually kind of pop out at you. The yellow backpack, the sort of high brass makes you go, oh my god, there's the mini, there's the individual, and then the silver, and with the way it's shaded, you can then make out the hair and the beard details and everything, which they're all like wearing metal masks of what they would look like under them, because Sky Dwarves, right? Really want to paint my Armada stuff now. The new rules reference guide has me interested. I confess I'm very strongly considering picking up some of those new Clone Wars minis for Armada. That game, mechanically, it's one of my favorite games as far as fleet battles go. I played Armada extensively from the moment that it released until about... it would have been about the time that the Imperial Raider was out for a little while, because I played with the Raider for a little while, and then I got out of the game. I won one of the first Imperial Star Destroyers that was made available as a tournament prize. Oh. Good times. Good times. Loving this close-up. I really dig this green. I really dig the green. This is an interesting thing you've done up here, kind of moving some of that maroon red onto the more stark yellow areas. Usually not a heavy metallics fan, but damn it. Bitches don't dig them. The bitches, they love the metallics.
I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
I mean, that's how we painters get all the ass that we clearly get. I mean, you know, we're just mopping up, as it were. Excited to see how the Raider performs with the changes to evade. Yeah, there have been it seems like a number of nerfs aimed at the strategy of I'm Imperial, so I'm just going to use concussion missiles and get really, really close to you. And I'm just going to constantly refresh and hunt for crits. It was a very simple and easy to play strategy, and probably needed looking at, if I'm being honest, though it has been a long time. Lead Belcher with green contrast over it. Shockingly effective. But contrast paints over metallic are a very, very cool technique. I know that a number of people have been using them, and I think they yield some pretty excellent results. Nicely done, Manro Fasal. Oh, coming down here we have from Kursala, roughed out the upper arm yesterday and figured I'd share. The forearm could probably use a bit more thickening, but I'm pretty happy with it so far. I can't decide on cannon placement, so I think I might do both and leave the option up to the printer. Oh, the cannon, you mean the laser placement on the arm? I like the outer placement myself, but one of the joys of 3D printing, particularly when you are intentionally, when you're designing something specifically to be released in file form, so that people can print as many as they want when you're not going to be selling physical products, you can make multiple versions available and let them choose. That is an absolute strength of the format, so I think that you're right on the money with that. Really nicely detailed. Love the claws. I think overall, though, this laser cannon has shown a lot of improvement. It's not hanging over the claw so much that it looks awkward anymore, but it still has a good amount of bulk and some good greeblies on it. Oh, this is an LBX. Okay, never mind. I just assumed it was a laser because it's on an arm, and lasers always go on arms for whatever reason. Laser's up top, and this is the LBX. That's why you called it a cannon. I was like, maybe he's talking about laser cannon? I don't know. I've heard lasers described as cannons. It's happened. Sometimes in some sci-fi properties. Very nicely done, Kursala. Very fine work, and looking forward to seeing the rest of that model get put together. Running one off on the printer myself. Datron Voltari sneaking in at the end. First print from Drop Base Delta. The power station being watched over by Datron Voltari's old ride, the ARC-2R known as Rainmaker. Printed Sunlu Gray PLA at 0.12 with 7% infill. Turned out great. Can't wait to get some paint on it. It's always exciting for me. You're a laser cannon. Don't forget to bring a towel. It's always exciting for me to see some of my work out there getting printed by other people. This is one of the first that I've gotten to see someone print that wasn't Alex over at Steel Warrior Studio. I'm glad that everything worked out cleanly. I really push these days to try and make them just stupid easy to print and completely supportless. And I'm fairly pleased with how this one came out. Fitting it in the orientation that I wanted it, and then fitting it to being level 1 and 2 across 5 hexes was a bit of a challenge to come up with all the details, but I think that this one kind of sells its purpose pretty decently as like a power distribution center. Should have put a wasp on top to show how well the hex placement works. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. I didn't want to put too many markings on top of this one because I figured with 5 hexes it's kind of hard to lose track of which hex is where, you know? Depending on where the ammunition is located, a drum magazine somewhere on the autocannon might not hurt to sell. Yes! I could see that being true. Because when I look at this, I assume laser because I'm not seeing where the ammo could possibly come from. But a drum magazine, I would assume that it was an autocannon of some type. Very nice looking print, Datron Voltari. This is a set that I think is gonna be more useful for more people, because Trinity City is like you have to devote a whole fucking board to building a whole damn city, and you gotta make roads, and you gotta make this, and you gotta make that, and you gotta print a bunch of buildings, and it looks funny if there's not enough of it. Drop Base Delta, you can print off a handful of things, a couple of connector corridors, set them up on any given board, and have them look pretty good. I think that applicability is really what gives the set its strength, and it can be easily expanded on with the way that the connector corridors work. That is a very cool looking archer as well. I love the green-orange combo and the little white details on there. It reminds me of the Merrick's second Free World Guard. What's the Merrick unit that has that like painfully bright green and white? I can't remember. Either way, one of my favorite mechs, and a great paint job you've done on it, Datron, and thank you for sharing. Oh, coming down, here we have from White Wolf. So, yep, progress on the glass, as well as starting to bring out the other details. Don't really know what to say about it other than that right now. That's how that sentence goes. Lots more edge highlighting to see how it plays out, plus various other things that just felt right. Still planning on hitting this up with those weathering pencils, but haven't gotten to that point yet, since I want to seal things first before going to such. Having a process is important. The glass is looking nice. Yeah, I'm kind of digging that. There are a lot of different ways you could potentially highlight glass. There's no real wrong way. When I look at this, I'm getting from it that it's glass. I like the work that you've done here on the struts. I think having this extra color in here to kind of break things up is very necessary. I'm glad to see some color coming in back here where it's been broken up. I'll tell you one thing you could do, one thing that helps me, is you could come in here with some washes and just darken the dirt around the edges of the actual crash lander. Think of it as creating like a dark border around the colors of your lander, just to separate them a little bit from the dirt. Or alternatively, you could bring your highlights up brighter away from the lander on some of these details and then leave these darker crevices in here. Just create a little bit of border to separate your two colors, and it makes them easier to see, I feel like. The stained dirty glass looks incredible. Yeah, the glass really is jumping out at me in these pictures. I think it looks excellent. Hell yeah, this is on an excellent path. And for a learning piece, I think it's going to look pretty damn fantastic. I know you're going to try some more. Oh, I like also, I don't know if I noticed it before. Did you add some... was this part of the sculpt, or did you add some grit on top of the wing in here? Is this added, or is this part of it? Because that could be part of the sculpt. It could be the Legionnaires for Godorong. I can't really remember. Part of your old Merc unit, the Walking Wounded, and one of each unseen painted in their original source material colors with chipping and minor damage. I can dig it. I love a good reference to the classics. Yeah, Andorian sounds right. Defenders of Andorian Legionnaires, something like that. But yeah, it's like green and white. The grid is part of the sculpt. Okay, I thought it might be once I got a closer look at it. You've done a good job of bringing it out, though. It looks like you've been sponging on some orange around here to give the impression of rust. I think that this is particularly effective. You could bring it higher. You could bring it higher with just some teeny tiny spots of brighter, like a neon orange almost. Not a lot of it, really. You can go overboard very easily. But, oh, that's just from the dry brush. You haven't done any sponging yet. Well, once you set into the sponging, you're going to punch it up even more, I should think. I've been using sponging as an overall technique just for painting tanks lately. I may have to give that a try. I like how there's just the little bits of white to break things up here on the panel, here on the cables, here in the engine section, on this vent. This is coming along fan-fucking-tastically, White Wolf. Like, really looking great. Would you look at that, guys? I finished the storm report before we got to 9 o'clock. I'm proud of us. I'm very proud of us. I'm going to be able to go, like, get something to eat, and I won't be spending a whole hour and a half on the storm report. Altean Dragoon. Or Atrean Dragoons. I'm going to have to just look it up and look up the one that I'm actually thinking of. Because, I have a particular mech in mind, but I can't think of the unit name. But yeah, green and white. It's an odd color combination. That is going to bring us to the end of tonight's stream. After tonight, we have completed 87... That's the wrong direction. 87 of 100 art streams. We are coming up on the big number 100. Y'all are going to make me change what that says to, like, count up to 100 or something like that. It's going to bother me. Since multiple people mentioned it. It drives me fucking crazy. Alright, let me see who is doing what. I know Steiner Miniatures is going. Looks like we got a Hyperphase going. Holly Monster is going. But you know who I want to raid? You know who I really, really want to raid, you guys? Is this very fine gentleman named Ground Affected. Relatively new streamer, tattoo artist, great dude, very entertaining. He paints a lot of statues. I think you're really, really going to like his attitude. I think you're really going to like his painting. So stick around, say hi to him for me. Have a great time over in that stream. We will be doing this Thursday, December the 3rd, a community game of Among Us. So make sure you're here if you want to participate in that. That is going to be the road to 100. Yeah, that works. We can do that. I don't think I'm going to change it. I like that better. I've started using these banners now, use a text file, and they just all automatically update. So they should actually be updated more than they usually are at this point. So yeah, we will be doing Among Us Thursday, December the 3rd, starting at 5 p.m. Y'all be in here ready to rock, and we'll be cycling players in and out. That should be a goddamn good time. That's me putting off gaming streams until we can get into Cyberpunk 2077, and then on Sunday we'll be painting. On Tuesday we'll be painting. I don't want to tell you what, because I honestly haven't decided yet. Once we hit 100 art streams, we're going to do something fun. We're going to do something fun for that and the Streamiversary. We got stuff planned. So stick around. Big thank you to my mods tonight. Big thank you to everybody who came out for the Storm Report. And big thank you to everybody for the new follows and the subs. You guys always make it a pleasure to be here. I have got to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.